Hello. What up, boys? Welcome, welcome. It's Monday, innit? Oh, weekend was nice and chill. Hope you guys had a nice weekend yourselves. Oh, got some DMC music playing in the back. How's it? Welcome. Oh, I still have this. Boom. Yeah, the reason I had that was because we were playing the Dragon Sword game. Or is this? Yeah, this game. I've been playing it for a while. A bunch of hours already sunk into the game. In a very short time, especially. Pierre's been playing it as well. Yeah. Purple shard on the calendar. Hey, yo. Nice, nice. Hey, it's a decent game, decent game.
Hello?
Yeah. I was doing the towers today. Last night and plus today. Dude. Man. Pierre, you should start doing them. You get to fight the other characters. And that little midget, Sion, whatever his name is, the one with the shield. He's annoying. He's an annoying boss fight. I'm just saying. Good luck. Good luck. You're gonna hate him. Ah, there you go. Bit of movement here. Gotta get that. What's up? Welcome on in. Did I like the last boss? Is because of the booba? I did her raid. And it's way too long for
Should I call you Mister?
For the cutscenes. Nah, dude. I prefer the first raid instead. You get to a phase, cutscene. Then you do a little parkour, cutscene. I'm like, bro, just start the fight. It's too roleplay. But yeah, time for another Warframe grind. Yes, it is time for another Warframe grind. Oh yeah, I released a video like on Sunday talking about raids because a lot of people were commenting on the raid short. Man, a lot of people were just reliving trauma when I was talking about the raid stuff. Like if we go to here we go. Raids. We open up this, and brother, the amount of comments just all Eidolon related, Eidolon. Dude, there's just so much trauma with Eidolons in the raid. Oh, man, I get it. Yeah, it was an annoying time, but...
Oh, no. Anyway, last week...
True. Oh, you guys. Gaming? Pierre, what happened? You're not playing Dragon Sword? Huh? What's good? What is happening? Ooh, that's hot. That's hot. Decided to keep it hot. Waifu weeklies? Everybody's doing weeklies? All right. I guess we do weeklies first, huh? Atlas with the hat. That does actually look kind of dapper. All right, let's start this out. Which one are we doing, boys? Which one are we doing? I'm guessing we do Central Mall. Hello. Blue shards? What do you mean blue shards? Isn't that the best shard in the game that everybody loves using? You'd say calendar? They can affect ETA? How can they affect ETA? What do you mean?
You know the worst part about
You mean like the buffs? Like the buffs they give you? Like these ones? For Halvo, kind of disappointed in the weapon. You're right to be disappointed in the weapon. All right. So just for this, nah, I'll do this after. But let's see the rewards first. Okay, that's good. That's bad. That's useful. That's okay. And what's this? Primary adapter? Ah. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just do the ETA right away. Like real men. Right? And like real men, we're gonna use Hildren. I'm kidding. Oh my god. There were a couple of people in the comments of the short. They're like, oh, this guy had Lavos and Kestrel, and he decided to use Hildren just for the memes. Ah. And? Yeah? And? What? Like, what? Astute observation there.
You can't keep getting away with it!
And? Oh my god.
Hey, Drifter.
Yo. What's up?
You don't have to keep up with the science jargon, you know.
What do we have this week? What do we have this week? First, let's buy.
Hunting that
We're gonna self-stall ourselves. We have a lot of these Fallout. I should sell these Fallout arcades one day. Hello there. What do we got?
crisis events lined up for you. Make sure we get a gold star on each one.
Amazing. Okay, well, in terms of the weapons, what we got? We got, what the... A Volt and Rubico? Ilons, ayo! Actually, what we got? Lethargic shields. Active ability to fix damage. Overguard. I mean, these are not bad modifiers. Okay, let's see. So the option is simple. Between Volt or Neja. Nothing to do with energy. Pickups do not heal. Ew. Okay, I guess I won't take that one. Pyrotechnics? I don't know, man. Especially with the Legasite, ability is not going to be the best. I guess I'll just go with Volt. With the Boltor, Hystrix, and the Keras. Man, I haven't touched the Keras in ages. Let's see. Keras. Do I even have... Oh, that's the dual Keras. Ooh, dual Keras has a bunch of form, huh? Classic. Those debuffs are aids? Wait, it does... What? Dude, I don't have anything on this. Ooh, I haven't touched this in ages. Damn. This is a corrosive build. You know what we're going to do, right? We're going to build melee influence. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Melee influence. We're playing Volt. All right, easy. Easy. You know what? Let's just go basic, bitch. I will depend on Volt's thingy. It's more than enough. There we go. 20 plat? Nah, I don't like you that much. Okay, Volt. Which Volt are we using? This guy. That's right, that's right. Strike for even more attack speed. Oh, we already have the Hystrix enabled. And the Boltor. Telos Boltor. Because it's got the Incarnate juice. What's up, man? Actually, Disruption. Oh, this one had Deadhead back in the days. Basic bitch. What does basic bitch have? Hunter munitions? Yo, classic. Classic. Oh, man. You know what? I'll probably just keep this one. And I'll run Merc. Ceto Hunter Munitions. Oh, yeah, it's not, I mean, classic, dude. Do we go for more sprint speed because I'm playing El Volt? You know what? We'll keep this build, classic build, right? We'll just probably change that to something else. Okay, you know what? We'll give it speed. Actually, wait. How about what was that magnetic one? What does that give me? Magazine capacity doesn't affect Incarnate, but it does give us the magnetic status effect. Let's do that. All enemies have overguard. You can pick up health orbs. And who cares, man? Just don't take the not pick up health orbs one. Easy. I'll just keep that. Okay, boys, I think we're ready. Howdy, howdy.
Go around the temple. Hey, Paradox. Velamir and Minerva are ready
Boom, boom, boom.
to buy for temporal shenanigans.
There we go. Perfect. Actually, I don't care about this one. I'll just remove lethargic shields. Because I'm playing Volt. You know what? That's fine. I'm ready. And we'll pick this one. Old pizza. And then new Bleach episode? No. I'm not gonna watch it till it's fully complete. There we go. Are we ready, boys? What we got? What's our team? We got Hildren. Wow, this guy's playing Hildren. Ready to binge watch? Also, I'm kind of on a stump right now with like a manhwa to read. I'm looking for something interesting. I tried reading this thing called Arcane Sniper. Gave it 10 chapters. I got bored. Then I picked up this other one. Something Ranker. Wants to hide a secret. Dropped it. Not really dropped it, but I'm just like, I'm not feeling it, you know? I'm looking for something oomph. RPG books? No, manhwa is a Korean manga, pretty much. Do these bubbles slow you down? No, I just had the cold proc. Wait, people are dying left and right. Where is he at? Oh. I got you. I got you. I got you. Without a purpose, without a made eye. Oh. Is this the thing here? Wait, I'm stuck in here. Is this just an exterminate? Oh, Calaman died. Where the fuck is that? Dude, everybody's dying. Okay, he's somewhere else, man. Dude, I hate this map design, and I died. We're blocked under the map. There's just no enemies. What the fuck? Why is there no enemies on the map? What is this? All right, let's just... Oh, here are the enemies. Wow. Wow. You got killed by nothing? You're getting killed by... If you use an ability or some shit, right? Some modifier. Oh, Mizu died as well. Woo! Just in time. There we go. Wow, that is just... and people and you have a few people defending this. It's like no enemies on the map. And you can't even counter that. Like, what are you supposed to do? Whee! I was actually trying to zoom out I've been playing a lot of RPGs. I was trying to zoom out my FOV by scrolling backwards. But then it did the wheelie. All right, does he... Yeah, he mutes you. Great. So you just don't get close to the person you're trying to protect. 10 out of 10. Great. Oh, that's an ally. I was like chasing down this bubble. I thought it was I thought it was an Eximus. Oh, this damage thing still persists. Oh, interesting. Hello? Where are the enemies? Oh, my companion killed him. Can we get an increased spawn rate, please? I can't damage him because he's stuck under the floor. Awesome. All right, let's use the gun. Got incarnate. Dead. Hey, where's my shield? Huh. How many people here actually do EDA ATA every week? You do? What about like other peeps? If they actually engage with this content. I mean, I'm only doing it for Archon shards. Let's be honest. If there's no Archon shards, I will not touch it. Hello? Why is he running away from me? Trying to get Incarnate charge. There you go. Got Incarnate charge. Actual damage. Just started to do them. Hildren or Valkyr. Wait, you don't want to engage with the mechanics and pick the chosen frame? What? You only do it for the shards as well? Yeah. I understand that. I wonder what inspirations they got from when they made this. Like, what game inspired them to do EDATA? Right, he wasn't taking damage at all. Oh, I'm dying from toxin. Gotta be careful. Okay, they're weirdly tanky for some reason. Ribbon mods? It's not a game. Damn, he got one tapped. Wait, why was that guy squishier than these regular enemies? Yeah, look at those guys. Hmm? Okay, yeah, but these guys don't have damage attenuation. And they're tankier than that guy, who is an elite mob. Yeah, why was the rare squishier than the white mobs? We play this game for a challenge, maybe? You could play, like, if the game actually had that.
Hello, monkeys.
But that requires a rebalance, you know? What up, man? I wish Descendia was endless. Same, brother. I was also asking for that. I was surprised they didn't make it endless. It was like... It was right there. It was the obvious thing that they could do. I wonder why they just didn't even bother. It could have been such a nice game mode that people could dive into. Literally delve, you know? Endless tower system. It has the makings of Endgame. What the fuck is damaging me? Holy. Got hit with some Giga DOT. Yeah, but the thing is, they don't want to give us good rewards. The reason being is, if they give good rewards, they're afraid that the weird player base is going to complain that they don't get anything. And they cater to these people. The whole point of a game having end game and end game loot and rewards is for there to be, you know, content that has end game and end game loot. The whole chase item. Cascade is a really good game mode. Same with Disruption. Those are like really, really good game modes. Wish they had more of those. They think good loot farms will burn out players. You know what burns out players? When you do the same thing over and over again to get nothing. I remember when I played Destiny a lot. Yeah, why would someone like me farm a Grandmaster Nightfall 200 times? Yeah, it's because of the loot in the end. It was challenging. And it had a really good adept weapon. And I wanted to get the GG roll. So I kept going at it. And I got multiple GG rolls. But now I wanted the 2%. You know, the perfect barrel. Everything so I can switch on the fly. Have every single node ready to switch on the fly. So I kept farming it. Till I got the GG roll. Like the Giga GG roll. And that, dude, that was fun. Especially if you're playing with the boys. Ooh. There are a few things Destiny did right. But then, I don't know who was in charge that fucked over the game. Fucking Pete Parsons, Sony, whatever, you know? Yeah, they killed off that game. So sad. I mean, you could see that they're capable of releasing good content. Have a look at the final D2 update. It was pretty juiced. All right. Give us a reason to do Steel Path Railjank, but now since they nuked it, there's no point. Yeah, because you were getting too many rewards. Too much rewards for farming efficiently. That's the thing that I think D doesn't like when you farm efficiently. They feel like other people who don't do the same strat will not get the same rewards. And that's a flawed mindset, to be honest. For me, what I think is you snooze, you lose. And here's how a game that designed that perfectly. For example, in Guild Wars 2. All right, there's legendary armor sets. Let's say you're not a fan of raiding, but you'll love doing PvP. You can get a legendary armor set in PvP. World v World. All right, that's a form of PvP as well. Yeah. Yo, what's up? You have options. Let's say you want to farm gold, but you don't want to do this specific farm, this strat, so you do something else. So there's multitude of ways, all right, you can play the game to farm for loot. And have GG gear. If you lock it towards one thing, then boom. Same thing with Path of Exile. Let's say there are people who do, like, the most lucrative strat right now is doing Aldors and Expedition. I don't like Expedition, right? I prefer doing either Breach or Rituals. And I made, like, hundreds to thousands of divines by doing Breach and Rituals, right? Because I juiced my maps, 200% deli, full effectiveness and everything. Go in, farm, Giga Rarity. Okay, I don't have Giga Rarity, but I have decent rarity. And yeah, I farm, I get my shit. I don't have to do what other people are doing. I can still get currency. I can still get rewards. And that's the thing, when you have options in the end game, and that's really well designed. My only tinfoil hat reason for Steel Essence nerf is the gun adapters. I say no. It's the relics as well. That's the whole main reason that they also nerfed relics from Steel Essence. Right? We used to be able to buy endless amounts of relics, but then DE was like, "Oh, nerf relics. We get 2? Hey, yo, 2 Omniforma? That's kind of huge." SPU have bosses. Yes. Why would it not? 2 times 2 Omniforma. That's kind of huge. All right, GG's. Or relics are also weekly capped. I don't know about that. Yeah, I mean, that's true. But adapters, do people go out of their way to get Steel Essence for adapters? I don't know, man. You just got the game. Play the game. You'll find out.
Rough day.
Oh, yeah. By the way, I just found out recently that a game journalist... You already know where I'm going with this, right? I found out recently that a game journalist took 2 hours to beat a Path of Exile 2 boss in Act 2. I was like, no way that's real. No way that's a campaign boss. Bro did not click the damage notes. Jaman Ra, hyena. The hyena, literally. They just entered Act 2. Hell nah, hell yeah, dude. Oh, man. But you have drivers, you don't buy them. Exactly, you don't need them. So, I don't understand. What's up? Welcome, welcome. Do you see Pablo making changes to EDTA? Yeah, we already watched that. And it's not major changes. All right, what is this? EDA gaming? Yeah, okay. What's this? Fashion. We got Dante fashion. Ooh. Very edgy. I can see that. I like that. Dark Mage. Mirage. Not a fan of that gold, though. Pardon me. Oh, I like that energy color coming from the shoulders. The edge. I guess same team. All right, same team. Let's go.
That mutant cat is staring at my little muffins again.
Mutant cat? I know. I don't like the mutant cat either. It's hairless. How do you guys feel about hairless cats? It's fucking weird, right? They look so weird. You love them? I don't like them. Oh, like I put them in the same category as pugs and chihuahuas. I don't need to see them. Nah, I'm good, bro. They're nasty looking. Yeah. Oh, you see the with the fur, the cuteness, and then you have the hairless one. They're all like shivering. It's weird. Pugs and chihuahuas abominations. So are hairless cats. They're cute when they're small. You know what else is cute when they're small? Cute regular kittens. Cute regular dogs that are not pugs and chihuahuas. Right? Crocodiles are cute as babies. Not gonna lie. I saw this one guy petting or scrubbing a crocodile's head, and I was like, he was doing that face, like, oh yeah. Baby seals. Seals are cute, but they're vicious. Huh? They can be vicious. Hairless cats leave body oil everywhere? What? Ew. Every baby is cute, even bugs? Nope. Disgusting. How dare you say that? Ew. The only cute, like, bug insects are the little jumping spiders. Those things are kind of cute. Yo, you see those little jumping spiders?
Take that one. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Or
Rats are also cute.
Yes.
No.
Eyes aren't deceiving you.
Dude.
Master Entrati's
Oh, we have easy mode. And Korra. And Nyx.
ripped from his teeth all that he has
That's what we got here. Ammo reduced. Ammo reduced. Wow, so we don't use guns. That's great.
prepare well, for we shall
Okay, so full-on ammo reduction. What are we playing? I feel like let's play some Korra, right? I can play some Korra. Haven't touched Korra in a bit. All right, we're being different. We got Revenant here. Dante. He already has Dante, so I'll take Korra. Korra, wow. The two weapons that rely on ammo so much, Ogress and Exceltra, and we got double ammo reduction. So we'll take the Fage. And here, whatever the fuck those weapons are. Never heard of them. And the Broken War. Got it. Guys, you have to remind me, what were the secondary weapons? Oh, Gloria. What was the melee weapon? I already forgot the melee weapon. I'll take the Fage. Something Amanata and Broken War. That's right, Broken War. Whoa,
You don't understand what you are reading. Then what's the point?
What's the point?
several experiments
I don't fucking know. What is this?
by the murmur.
Vasto? All right, we'll take the Vasto. Do I have an adapt? I don't have an adapter on this thing. What the fuck? Feels so much better. All right, melee influence. We got the influence juice. Huge.
Lloyd has
And then we just take everything here.
several experiments, and there will be no coming back. The job is done.
Do I...
We are alone.
Okay, I'll probably remove
Conquer
this one.
is done.
The transference one.
We fail life itself.
Ah, why do you cancel?
Phases. The experiments Master Entrati began are irreplaceable. Quick and clean would be my preference.
Why do you cancel?
I'd rather not endure the bollocking from Lloyd that was short.
Korra? Yeah, we're taking Korra. Oh, well, what focus school are we gonna take? Let's take Zen. You accepted it? Well, there was an X on it. X doesn't mean approve.
Action is coming. I promise you.
I promise you. Ah, love the taste of coffee. Did or will you try what? What are you talking about? Mirror defense? Ew. Dino Blade? I watched Asmongold and Ongbal play Dino Blade. Not interested in it. It's an okay watch. It's a funny concept. But not on my radar right now. There are other games on my radar. Also, I gotta finish... I just finished Neo 3 this weekend. So I'm gonna finish some additional stuff in the base game and then start NG+. Dude, the last boss in Neo 3 fucked my ass so hard. Holy shit. Holy shit, man. actually decent fight, not gonna lie. But goddamn. Support Asmongold? Yes. I love the bald man.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You don't
You
like
are
the
gay.
bald man? Up on the street, first words I heard, fucked my ass hard. Bro, that final boss, the racist? How is he racist? How is he racist? Go pull up all the instances where he was racist. Yes. Go ahead. Yeah, the girlfriend, dude, that shit is funny as hell, man. Yeah, the guy with an Asian girlfriend and the Jew best friend, racist. All right, yeah. Exactly. Oh yeah, who also grew up with black best friends. Very racist. Man. I must be racist too. Yeah. One of those guys? Exactly, one of those guys. You already know who they are. Not liking illegals is racist? True. Also, you heard the fucked up shit that happened in Germany recently? Yeah. Stromae too? Yeah, Stromae's decent. What do you mean? In Germany? Yeah, this so this Lebanese guy killed a bunch of people in like the Pride thing. He ran them over. And Germany decided is like, yeah, it's fine, guys. It's white people's fault. What? Yeah. So he escaped to Lebanon, and Germany brought him back and took him to some camp to what do you call it? Make him not do bad things anymore. Listen, as an Arab guy, right? Fuck that guy. Seriously. All this weird fucking radical shit. Yeah, fuck that. In the same sentence? Not, guys, he wasn't German. He was Austrian. Remember that. Here's the thing that will blow people's minds, right?
Serious?
You can not like a person, all right, but still understand their perspective. It's a shocking thing, I know, right? All right, but the only person who's more shocked about this is Kaya. I couldn't help it. It's funny as hell, it is. Poor Kaya, yeah. Don't post links in chat. Wait, are you the guy? Wait. Are you the guy who didn't like Asmund? So he went out of your way Okay, okay. Go to Discord and post the link. Scared of no, go to Discord and post the link. Because you post the link in chat, you will get bonked. Go to Discord. Nah, let's go, let's go. Dude, we are so ready for this. Yeah. Join the Discord, post the link there. Tag me as well. Are we react to slop maxing?
Yeah, it's ding dong react time. Let's react, boys. It's react time.
Bro went out of his way. So let's give him. Let's give him. He went out of his way. Join the Discord and post the link there. What drama we talk about? Some guy's angry that I like Asmongold. See, unlike Baby No Money, all right, I'm not a little bitch who you know, not afraid to say what I like and don't like. There you go. You laugh at racist jokes all the time? I do too. Racism actually brings people together. And that's a fact. True, it is true. You wanna know why? Like when I started playing MMOs, right? Everybody was racist. But the thing is, they were still friends being racist to each other. Yeah, you ever sat in a room, or sorry, a team speak with Balkans, you know, people from Bulgaria, Romania, and fucking Greece, all in the same VC? I have. That shit is funny as hell. That shit is funny as hell. If you can't laugh, what's the point? Exactly. Mm-hmm. All right, let me check Discord. Is he in Discord? He's still on Discord. You can't teach nuance to someone. True, they have to experience it. People who are terminally online can never understand perspectives. Bubbles and whatnot. Bubbles, echo chambers, all of that. Especially people who have a very narrow political view. You're gonna play Aeon 2? No, I'd rather get fucked in my urethra than play Aeon 2. Yeah. Are you a Docker? What's a Docker? Daco. Yo, thank you so much. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. 30 long years. That's crazy. It's a long time. What's the song? It's Alingo by P Square. It's a Nigerian group. I heard that song when I was in Zanzibar, in a Zanzibar club. And I was like, yo, this song is actually popping off. Who sang this? Minus 150? 150 what? What a wild question to come into. What wild question? Oh, but the Docker thing? What the fuck is that? No, I'm actually curious. What is that? Do I Google it? Do I Google it on stream or off stream? Huh? What is it? Off stream? Wait, why does everybody know what this is? I want to Google it right now. What is this? TOS? I mean, I can Google it off stream. I don't have to show you guys. All right. All right. Here we go. Let's go Google. What is a Docker? A software platform. Wait. Wait, this is what is this? A Docker is a software platform that lets you build, test, and run applications quickly inside of isolated boxes and called containers. Search for docking in a more intimate setting. Okay, what is a Docker in an intimate setting? Item Docker is no recognized slang technical. Nothing. Is Google just like, okay, let's ask Grok. Right, I don't think Google wants to show me thing. Okay, what is a Docker in the naughty sense? Grok is under heavy usage right now. What the fuck? All right, I guess we'll find out later. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Check general. Urban Dictionary. A very intimate and intense sexual act by performing uncircumcised men. Is it dick hugging or some shit? What the fuck? Brother, what? Cockfights. Actual cockfights. Sword fighting? Something like that. All right. I mean, it's not as bad as I thought it would be, right? I thought it was something to do because I mentioned urethra. I thought it was something else. I mean, it's. Should we what? Should we show you something bad? No, I'm good. Off stream, maybe. That is bad? I mean, when you think about it, when you've been in the internet for a long time, right? You won't be as shocked as Kaya. All right? Sorry, I had to put that one in again. Yeah, I mean, you know, what's worse? 2 Girls, 1 Cup was way worse. Come on, let's be honest. And we seen that when I saw that when I was like young. So just imagine. The guy with a I know that one. Cake Girl? Okay, with just that context, let me guess. The girl sits on the cake and then poops on it, right? Huh? Is it, I'm guessing, right? Am I am I close?
This is Uganda. Poopy everywhere.
No cake involved, but okay. No cake involved.
Sucked the other person's rectum, and the other person is poo-pooing, and this one is eating the poo-poo all over the place.
All right. All right. Do you remember Mr. Hands? No, I don't know who that is. Did that guy join the Discord to post the link? No, he didn't yet. Oh, well. GG's. It's over. Man, thanks, chat, for introducing me to new weird shit every day. And apparently, I'm the weird one. You guys are worse. Oh my god. Yeah, the more you know. Yeah. Your childhood trauma right now. You're allowed. We are weird in silence. What do you mean by that?
Come on.
What do you mean by that?
Pretend
I'm just loud on stream.
work.
Right? Your chat is cultured. Wait, oh yeah, what did we get? Someone said Tau Blue. Oh, there it is, there it is, there it is, there it is. It's just pornographic boredom. I will tell you something I found in college. And that has... And from then on, I wasn't surprised about anything after that. It just took one image and one search, and I was like, yeah, I've seen it all. So my friend, well, not really my friend, but classmate, I'll say that, right? So we were talking about random shit and how it's called hentai and it's art, right? Because I took animation. So we're talking about different things. And then this guy brought up the term, don't Google this. I mean, you will Google this.
It's called hentai, and it's art.
Shitting dick nipples. I'm sorry I said that out loud.
Setbacks. But we
Blue waffle? No. Those two terms. Those three words together. One of those, and I was like, what the fuck is that? In my head, I thought of something a lot more innocent. I was wrong. And I still remember the image. And after that, after I saw that, I'm just like, yeah, I'm not surprised anymore by anything else. Private server now, you guys? Enjoy. Oh, man. I was like, yeah, it sounds about right. Sounds about right. It's photoshopped as heck. Yeah. I won't Google it, bro. It's a drawing, okay? It's not a real person. It's a drawing. EDA. We just finished EDA, but we got fashion. We got some fashion here. We'll have a look at the fashion a bit, but let us do Netrocells real quick. Oh, you Googled it? It's nasty? Yeah, exactly. Why would you Google it? Going in the goon folder. Yeah, I'll take this. Yeah. a good one. It's not even that bad. I mean, it depends what you've seen in your life, right? For me, that shit was just like, pun intended. That shit was like, what the fuck is this? Oh my god.
Another day, another Netracell. What you need?
Pain Olympics? Wait, Pain Olympics actual thing? Yeah, the jar thing. Peak internet days? Dude, early 2000s, like from 2000 to 2009. That's peak internet days. Right. There was some weird shit online. That was some weird shit, man.
Yep. Are we heading out?
All right, let's do Netracells. I don't think anyone else is joining.
Works for me.
Is it with Mizu? All right. They tortured their junk. Ah. Brother, ew.
This is gonna hurt. You need all 4 key glyphs from these pillars.
Brother, ew.
It's the only.
What the fuck? Ew! Oh, bro! Oh.
Ready? To leave the anchor hole.
Hack nothing. You want to see if you're going to find it quick? All right, I'll leave it up to you then. I'll just get some energy here. What is this? World Star had gore, everything. They came out with law to ban gory, explicit vids. You know, it was a good time as well. When it wasn't all about the investors and the guys, the ad guys, you know? When YouTube was just like based. Remember those days? I remember those days. Oh, you found it?
Glyphs will open the Netracell. So
You found it, boys. You found extraction. Omega lol. Dun, 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 dun. Now half is dead. Yeah, dude. Listen. The one thing I hate the most about AI on YouTube is the shitty AI narrated videos. Oh my god, I can't stand those voices. Brother. As soon as like I open a video, I think it's going to be a good video. And then it's the AI voice. See, I don't mind AI thumbnails as much as I thought I would, but bro, the AI voices just get me more. Holy fuck, that's annoying. Because the thumbnails, right? The image is getting better, right? So they look decent. But the voices, bro. In today's video, we're going to talk about... I'm like, man, shut the fuck up. Oh yeah, have you seen there's this one AI channel that completely ripped off this music channel? Yeah, AI thumbnails are not too bad exactly, but the voices, bro. That shit is ugh. And the thing is, what you see it most on, what do you call it, these summary channels. Every Warframe YouTuber is using every Warframe YouTuber? Who? I mean, I don't know many, but who? Worse than AI is AI ads? Oh, dude. I saw this one AI game recommended on Steam. I was like, how did Steam let this through? Broken on saryn. Any weapon with saryn. Done. Doesn't matter. YouTube ads are cancer nowadays. I would still say Twitch ads are worse. Twitch ads are way worse. Don't see too much AI thumbs with other regions creators. What region is that? Your region, that is. Yo, what's up, Dub? Have you seen the Temu ads? No, I haven't. I have YouTube Premium, so I don't see any YouTube ads. Thank God. Brazil. Oh. There's a lot of artists in Brazil, though. I mean, it's not that hard to do a thumbnail. Missed Misgif ad on Asmon channel. What happened? Is Segs? Yeah, exactly. That's what I saw on the Steam recommendation. It was an adult game, a naughty game. Speaking of naughty games, there were some games I thought that were fake, so I disabled the adult filter on my Steam, and I went to search it up. I'm like, bro, these games are real. So yeah. So I was watching a Shoe on Head video, and she was talking about this femboy game. I'm like, no way, it's real, right? Boy, I was wrong. I was so wrong. I was so wrong. At this point, I'm not surprised anymore. Too stingy for YouTube Premium, so I just ad blocker. That's fine. Absolutely fine. Gunnar mods for Resident Evil? That's fine. Gunnar mods for games are just absolutely fine.
Which I believe you will find quite engaging.
Respectable, to be honest. I mean, one of the first few mods I added on Monster Hunter Wilds was a Gunnar mod. It was for Gemma to remove her jacket. Come on, guys. I mean, what? Come on. It was a Giga mod. Let's be honest. I was like, that mod makes more sense. Science is fun to play. Play him. I can't, determine that for you. Are just teas corn or straight up corn? Really? Damn, bro. Your previous message. What? Okay, I'll read it. Skibbity Jeffrey. What is that? I want to come inside.
You don't understand what you are reading. Then what's the point?
What? Femboy Hitler? What? You can check it. No, I have it disabled, so I won't be able to find it. I'll check it later if I remember it. That is true. Really? Oh man. I mean, I see the vision. The colors are fine. They just need to be use different shades. That's about it. Let's see here. Revenante. Edgy Revenant. Hey, it's not bad. What is it? I'm also talking about YouTube too. It has some weird freaky ads. I can't even open YouTube in front of people. Really? Guys, just use an ad blocker at that point. Ooh, I like this. Right, even though it's just like black, edgy. I just like the use of that helmet with Grax. The Grax skins are so good, man. Oh, not a fan of that yellow. Very bright. YouTube ban ad blockers. They can detect them now. He doesn't know, boys. He doesn't know. Visa and MasterCard says okay. Combustion gameplay, I don't use it. Because there are other better beam weapons out there that have better range. Yeah. Use Opera GX. There's other browsers you can use. For example, Brave. And then there's also certain applications from GitHub you can get that can block your ads. Very easy. Brave doesn't work anymore. For exclamation saryn, it's you can see all the different saryn builds. In this particular case, it's Gloom. Some ads, yeah, exactly. Yeah, some countries limit ads. That is true. Oh yeah, and someone wanted me to watch this video.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Is it this one right here? Is it this one right here? Hmm? Can't believe I never realized. You just have to look. You just have to look. Have a law where ads or must be skippable after 5 seconds. Wasn't that Vietnam? Is this the video that you wanted me to watch?
Raids are
more radio suck.
All right.
You want some radio suck?
Let's check it out.
Radio suck?
Mactix. This guy's a Destiny 2 player. I watched a few of his videos before he came to Warframe. He was doing this will it build. I liked that concept where people would say, "Hey, try this and this," and he would try it, and if it works, it works. Pretty good.
Let's react, boys. It's react time.
Reaction boys, yeah, let's see it. It's him giving tips on how to make raids in Warframe or something.
Possible to add to Warframe is something that I hear time and time again. Literally anytime I.
That's the wrong Pablo image. Hold up, let me get the correct Pablo image. Here. So we go to this folder. There we go. This is the correct Pablo image right here. All right, Angie Pablo. Actually, I have. Oh yeah, I have it right here. Boom. There we go. There we go. Anyway.
See the discussion pop up about raids or a raid-like activity being added to Warframe. And I just wanted to talk about that entire conversation, add a little bit of input, because frankly, respectfully, I disagree. I think Warframe could have a raid-like activity in it.
Wouldn't you believe that Warframe did have raid-like activities? Law of Retribution and the Jordas... I forgot the full name. I hated that one. I hated that one the most because it had arcing. I only did it like twice, but I did LOR quite a lot. Right? I actually preferred LOR. His subs today are 6-7. Wow. Verdict. Yeah, is that the one? Yeah, I only did that twice. Never really enjoyed it. He put some comment on. I'll watch it. Don't tell me what he said. I'll watch it.
My brain just
The thing is, right? The reason why raids didn't work back then is like, one, they were too buggy, very buggy. Not many people did them, and people felt that they had to bring a lot to the table to actually do them because there were a set group of people who would do them efficiently. And if people didn't want to run those specific warframes, the warframes back then that a lot of people used were Loki, Vauban, Nova, Trinity. Notice how none of these were nuke frames. They were all crowd control frames because the entire raid was about keeping your energy topped up so you can spam crowd control. Those are the 4 meta frames for LOR, and then your weapons, whatever, would finish them off. Pretty much, we ended up doing a 4-man version of LOR with those 3 frames, and it was just fine. Yeah, exactly. Crowd control is actually very, very prominent back in the days, and it made a lot of sense because we wanted to keep enemies off the thing. You stood on these platforms to charge up the fucking generator shit. I forgot. It's been a long time, but it was just a bunch of Bastille spam, low key disarm. Yeah, and Trinity was just there for Eevee, and Blessing. That was all she was there for. Nothing else. And back then, you would get one shot. There was no shield gating or anything like that. Limbo? I don't remember even having a Limbo in the party. Exactly. But yeah, it made sense back then. But the unfortunate state about raids, again, not many people were doing them. They were buggy, and the people who were doing them, right, not many of those people would teach new players. Luckily, I was in a clan that was doing the raids a lot, and then they taught me. The first thing they said, you have a Trinity, right? Like, yeah, okay, bring Trinity. It's the easiest role to learn. Went in, and we did it. Of course, I got my operator unlocked. Then we started doing it more efficiently. Same thing when it came to Eidolons, right? The reason being why meta and all of these things are very important in these games is not only because of, you know, you want to finish it fast. It's just like if there is, what's that word I'm looking for? Failure, right? Rip Void Dash, Rip Failure. Yeah. If it's punishing, right? If failing equals punishment and you lose the run, you want that brings up a lot of meta, right? You want to run it efficiently so you don't have to waste your time. And the thing is, if people say, "Oh, but then punishment is bad," no, there needs to be some punishment, right? That means you will develop strats and make, you know, put together a coordinated team. That was the whole point of raids, right? You get together with a bunch of guys and work together to complete the objective. But unfortunately, nowadays, nobody wants to do that. They just want to, you know, nuke, go. Yeah. It was mostly a bunch of puzzles with LOR, because you have to like charge something, move something, hack this, move. Yeah, there's a lot of like crowd control until the last fight where you fight, what's his face? Maggots, whatever his name is. I forgot his name.
And I think it can actually benefit significantly from a raid-like activity without it ruining the rest of the game. So today, I've prepared a little something talking about Warframe raids. And we have a ton of different topics here. And we will also be going over an example raid encounter that I actually designed with my live community over at twitch.tv/Mactix. We made this in about 20 minutes. So it's robust, I will admit, but it hopefully gets the idea across as a proof of concept beyond anything else. So let's kick things off with who am I? Well, like, what do I know? Who's this random dude telling me that raids can work in Warframe? Okay, well, I've been a high-level PvE video game player for well over a decade across tons of different games. I have lots of raiding experience in existing raid content, things like Destiny and things like World of Warcraft, Mythic raids. I've given feedback on a lot of PvE games that were in their developmental stages, and overall specifically around like endgame stuff, endgame incentive, aspirational content. I'm someone who has always appreciated the importance of stretch goals in video games. Who has appreciated aspirational content, things that, you know, you want to extend your skill level to be able to do, extend your build, extend your character's power, and something that you can work towards. But at the end of the day, I am just some guy.
You know what? Same thing. Guess what? I have a lot more raiding experience than, I would say, quite a lot of people who play Warframe. I was playing Aeon since 2009 all the way to 2017. I was at top level guilds, sorry, legions. I have to say guilds so you guys can understand. They call them legions in Aeon. We did a lot of sieges. We're at the top of our game. I was a general rank during 2.7. All right. This was in Israfel servers in NA, and then when I transferred over to EU, Parento server, represent, right? I was there for quite a while till it merged into Antrixia. I think it was with Spadalos server. I don't remember, but yeah, I was there for a really long time. Did a lot of stuff, did a lot of raids, sieges, dungeons, so I know the experience. I also started playing a bunch of other MMOs, for example, Guild Wars 2. Right, played from 2016 all the way to 2024. Did a lot of raids. I think I still have my raid thing here. See, Guild Wars. You can see, right? Oh, there we go. Summary. This is my legendary insight, LI, all that. So I did a decent amount of raids. I did a lot of fractals. I actually enjoyed fractals quite a bit. And I also did a lot of Lost Ark raids. I would say out of all the MMOs and video games I've played, Lost Ark raids are the best raids I've ever experienced, but they're very punishing. Very, very punishing. So you had to be at the top of your game, giga DPS, giga strats, everything. Boom, boom, boom. And also played a lot of Destiny. I have over like 2,000 hours in Destiny. I started during Beyond Light, so I did all these raids. Right, my first raid was DSC, Deepstone Crypt, Last Wish, did all of them, right, from then till now. Actually, the only raid I haven't done was the one that they added recently. I don't even know what it is, what it's called. The last raid I ever did was Root of Nightmares. Desert Perpetual, yeah, I haven't done that one. I don't even know what that is. But yeah, I've done a lot of raids. So I'm also very familiar, so I can also put my insight into this. Let's check it out. I just had to get it out there. Warframe has a lot of same issues with Guild Wars 2 community, too casual for raids, but at least Guild Wars 2 has raids. The thing with Guild Wars 2 is that you don't necessarily have to do raids to get specific items, loot, or gear, right? You wanna have GG armor, GG weapons. You can do other content. That's the thing. Guild Wars has so many choices. And another thing about Guild Wars 2, unlike other MMOs, you can take a break, a really long break, come back, and you still have GG gear. And if you have, let's say, legendary armor, guess what? Or legendary weapons, you can just change the stats. You don't have to farm the new insights, is that what it's called? Whatever. To change, you know, let's say when Berserker was meta, right? Now you want to change it to one, the new thing for Condi, blah, blah, blah. That's the best part. The only difference is you need to have farmed the mastery to unlock like the new mechanic, blah, blah, blah. That's about it. That's why I love Guild Wars a lot more in terms of MMO. I'm thinking about probably reinstalling it again. Just to, this time I will not burn myself out by crafting 6 legendaries in one go. That's exactly what burnt me out.
So, like, don't take anything I say too terribly seriously, because this is just the opinion of one dude.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
At the end of the day, has never done professional game development, who has never done professional game design. That doesn't mean that I think everything I say is useless and unfounded, right? But at the end of the day, this is just a conversation. Nothing worth getting upset about, nothing worth getting angry about. I'm not trying to completely overhaul the game or demand that certain things be out or anything like that. We're just talking about something that we all love. right? Another thing I want to hit before we
Became a job instead of a game? Exactly.
and these are the things that I always see people say, like, as if it's as reflexive as breathing. Anytime the conversation comes up, like, hey, can we have raids in Warframe? I see tons of people, almost like a pre-programmed response read off a flashcard or something like that. Warframe tried raids before and they didn't work. Just because you try something before and it didn't work out doesn't automatically mean that every single iteration of that thing is completely an
He's absolutely right about this. But the other thing is, you have to look at the Warframe community. DE is trying to cater so much to the vocal part of the community that cry a lot about every single thing. They're trying to please too many people. And I say, that's just not the best way to go about things. Sometimes you have to take a risk that will make people hate you to the point where they'll finally realize, oh, wait, this is actually good. You know? That's the thing. It's not like they tried. It's just like right now I feel like they're afraid to take giga risks that they used to take back in the days. They used to take a lot of risks back in the days. Now it's, yeah, understand why. Some BS about to say, what's wrong with this guy? They need to find a way to make both groups happy. That's the thing. If you try to make everyone happy, no one will be happy. If you try to make a game like a game for everyone, then it's a game for no one. Warframe needs to embrace its niche and build upon that without trying to be something completely different and also at the same time be something relatable. You get what I'm saying? I feel like all games should just do that. Warframe's already 20 games. Yeah, Warframe is like a lot of games now. Warframe used to be a specific niche, and that's what really got me into Warframe. Now I feel like it's branching off into weird things. I'm just, what the fuck is this? Right? And I don't engage with it, so I just play what I still enjoy. Like Railjack, fuck that shit. Dog shit. Delete that from the game. I wouldn't miss it. Right?
absolutely incompatible with your game. Doesn't, you know, just because you try a version of something doesn't automatically mean that a different version of it can't succeed.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't love this argument of like, they happened before, didn't work. We should never ever entertain the idea of ever doing them ever again, no matter what. I don't think that's really valid. We are too strong for raids. We do too much damage. We have too much overguard. We're too tanky. There are ways that you can create content and raiding specific content where the success or failure condition is not doing a certain amount of damage. It's not being defeated by ads. You can have a lot of wipe criteria and wipe conditions that are...
This is absolutely true. I agree with this one. But here's the thing. We're going to go back to what I said earlier about those people. Wait, I can fail? Yes. For example, we're going to go back to one of the best MMOs ever made, Guild Wars 2. All right, when you do, let's keep it simple. Let's just it's basic raid, the first raid you ever engage with, Veil Guardian. You go in there, everybody has their role. Okay? But the thing is, you can't be the champion of the entire raid. You can't solo carry. You like a certain part of the enemy is weak to a specific damage type, while the other one is weak to a other damage type. So you won't be able to do enough damage to that enemy, vice versa. And you need a coordinated setup for you to like get to a certain point, like drop a like the bad thing, because there's this little thing that pops up. Right? If you step on it, portal you out. Boom. That will fuck up the aggro. Boom, boom, boom. So you can't really like super carry. I mean, we did attempt a 3-man Veil Guardian. It was actually possible. All right. But the thing is, it it wasn't that easy. There was a bunch of failed attempts. What I'm saying is, the reason why it works in Guild Wars 2 is that every content is scaled. Like for you who has Imba GG gear at the top end goes to a low level area, you expect to like one-shot everything. No, you're scaled down to that level. That's why world bosses are actually really good in Guild Wars, right? You would go to these different areas, new player areas, right? And that's why like a lot of the places in Guild Wars, even though they're like the starting points, they're still relevant because there's a lot of stuff you can farm there, and you're scaled down to that level even though you have GG gear. right? Because the world bosses can drop, what is it? Precursors for legendary weapons, all of that. And then there's events tied to certain achievements, etc., etc. The jumping puzzle, all this extra shit. Every place is still relevant. And that's the best part about Guild Wars. It's just like there's a lot to do. It's up to you to decide whether you want to farm that specific content or the other.
Failure to execute specific mechanics. You can deal damage to bosses through things like relics that have hard set damage values that are specific to certain raids. There are a lot of things that you can do to make interesting and challenging encounters that don't require you to have them predicated on your damage or your tankiness or your Warframe's build and things of that nature. Stop trying to make Warframe Destiny. Mac, you just...
Someone, I'm pausing it again, sorry. Someone brought up an interesting point where they're like, try to balance something around someone who can spread mesmer skin to his teammates. And then the only way they try to balance around mesmer skin is if these bosses or there's mobs that can nullify you. That's what they cling to. Nullification, magnetic, things that can remove your abilities or, again, drain your energy. I would say that's Warframe's biggest weakness, right? Yeah.
You're just sad that your favorite game, Destiny, is gone now, and you're trying to turn Warframe into your own personal Destiny now. No, not at all. The reality of the situation is games like Warframe and Destiny, and every game that exists in this space for that matter, always takes its inspiration from each other. There are certain things that Destiny has done that Warframe did first that I would imagine Destiny took some degree of inspiration from Warframe on, and vice versa if that is true. Anytime that...
Guys, remember First Descendant? Anybody?
There exists other games that are somewhat in your same genre. I think it's always worthwhile to look at what those games do well and look at what those games do well that other players like, especially, and consider if there's a way that you can try and make a version of that that is true to your game and that fits well within the context of your game that your players would enjoy. That doesn't automatically mean that you're trying to become or copy the other game. It just means you're, you know, looking at your game and saying like, hey, is there
as dead as Eidolons
that we can add to our game? Is there another branch that we can add to our game? Most people don't like raids. I have never loved the argument of just because the majority of a player base doesn't like something, that means you should automatically never entertain the idea of adding a piece of content.
I agree with that.
Like that. There are tons of types of players. And while it's true that the demographic of players that like more challenging content and like more teamwork oriented content and mechanic heavy content is...
I love that. Dude, one of my favorite activities was just like going in with the boys, doing a certain mechanic, right? You fuck up, you're like, oh shit, I fucked the entire raid. But they don't shit on you unless they don't know you, right? They're like, what the fuck? Especially if you're going in there for the first time, blind running a raid. Oh, dude, it was so good. I like when I was playing with the boys, right? Destiny 2. I went into the raid for the first time, and they're, instead of like telling me what to do, they're like, what can you figure out just by looking at at this room? What do you think, you know, will happen if you touch something specific or if you stand in a specific spot? And then whatever you're like blurting out, they're like, that's actually a good, you know, good insight. But then what if this happens? And then it's like, oh yeah, okay, maybe I go here, I would stand here. So they would allow me to figure shit out, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, right? I would say the only mechanic that fucked me over the most, I still hate this mechanic, right? was in Last Wish, the Penumbra. I hate that mechanic. That is the worst. That's dog shit. I'm too retarded for that mechanic. That's what I'm saying. It's a skill issue, right? I fucking hated that mechanic. I hated that so much. Every time we would enter Last Wish, I'll be like, bro, I forgot how it works. I'm like, bro, we went over this. I'm like, I know. Can you just break it down? I'm like, okay, I understand now. So now, whenever we go, whoever did Last Wish, I'll be like, hey, the new guy's here. Let him learn the mechanic. Let him learn the mechanic. You just don't want to do the mechanic. I know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. No, I actually liked Root of Nightmares. There are people who hated Root of Nightmares. I liked Root of Nightmares because I did that shit in day one, figured stuff out, and there was some mechanics that I couldn't figure out, but other people chimed in, and boom, collective. We won. We did it. And my favorite mechanic in Root of Nightmares was the planets, right? With the boss in the middle, and you had to like boom ping pong. I figured that shit out myself. I'm like, hey, what if you do this? It's that. Like, yeah, that's correct. Boom. I felt proud. I figured that shit out myself.
Definitely a very small part of the population. I don't think that that means that they do not deserve a piece of content or an activity that is specifically curated for them. What I always like to say is that 90% of the content in a game should be made for 90% of the player base, and 10% of the content of the game should be made for 10% of the player base. And what I mean by that is, and obviously it's more of a spectrum, skill level, experience, time played. If we want to, for the sake of simplicity, split it into like, let's say 90% of the Warframe player base is
Holy dude, this what I'm seeing here is so ethical.
Casual, and there's a 10% hardcore player base. 90% of the things that should be developed in Warframe should be developed with the casual player base in mind. It should be relatively simple to understand content that you can play and run whatever you want in, content that you can kind of turn your brain off and just enjoy. But there is a 10% of the player base that really enjoys that challenge and really enjoys having to strut their stuff, right? And so I don't think it's completely unreasonable that there exists some pieces of—
That's why Eidolons were pretty popular back then, because it was the only endgame content that gave you very rewarding loot. That's why people were doing it. That's what, remember what I said about chase item? Chase items and hard content? People were looking at the prices of Arcane Energize. They're like, 3,000 platinum. Yes, it was around that much. It was even higher at one point at 6K. They were looking at that, okay, bro, okay, no, that's way too expensive. Let me just learn the mechanics. They would learn, they would watch all these videos. I mean, back then, my Eidolon guides were popping off because I was doing a lot of these Eidolon hunts, and I was teaching other people how to do hunts. They got into hunts. They were like, bro, thanks to your videos, I actually managed to do a 5x3. That's insane. I'm like, shit, that's good. Right? One day, boom, dude, I did my first 6x3 thanks to you. I'm like, let's go, dude. I actually like that. Those days were fun. Right? Minus the retarded people when you hover over the Eidolon's fucking Synovia and say you have to hit the Synovia, and then some retard is like, what the fuck is a Synovia? Right click uninstall right now. Just like, no, no, just leave. You give them options of amps starting from affordable to GG, the proper amp. They're like, okay, but what if I don't want to use these amps? Then you do no damage. Like, they're like, oh, what do you mean I have to get this amp? What if I don't want to get that amp? Then you do no damage. Simple. Just say joints. I said the Eidolon Synovia, the actual, like, it was a full-on sentence that zoomed into the thing, said the word Synovia, that is the Eidolon's limbs, joints, whatever, like, full-on. And this retard was like, uninstall right now. You don't deserve to play the game.
Motherfucker, do you speak it?
You don't deserve to play the game. Just saying.
Of content that are specifically made for those types of players. And we have pieces of content like that in Warframe. Sure. EDA, TDA.
Fuck those. Those are garbage. Those need to be deleted right now. All right? They serve no purpose.
I didn't know you were just setting the pace for stupidity. It looks good on you. Now look at you. You look like a statue of a fool.
A really
like
good
you
example.
look so
And
stupid.
I would hope no one would make the argument that EDA and TDA should not exist in Warframe simply because most players don't really enjoy playing.
No, they shouldn't exist in Warframe because they serve no purpose for Warframe. Also, turn down your particles, my guy. What is this? They shouldn't exist because they go against the whole idea of playing Warframe. Imagine the person who comes in, grinds the fuck out of specific Warframe because they like to use that Warframe, blah, 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 and then suddenly, hey, you can't use that Warframe. You have to go and farm something else just to do this content. I'm like, okay, I'll go farm that something else. Okay, but now that you farm that something else, right, you watched a video guide on that one thing, guess what? The modifiers won't allow you to use that specific build. What the fuck? Why? Yeah, that's EDA, TDA.
Them because the people that do enjoy playing them, I think they value having that type of content very, very much. So just because most people don't like it doesn't automatically mean that it's not worth making for them. What Pablo said, raids are, well, we know what he said. Pablo, the design director, he knows his stuff. He's a very smart guy, and I do not want to make this seem like I'm being disrespectful towards him. I've never spoken to him one-on-one, but it's very obvious he knows his stuff. You don't make it this far being the design director for a game that is highly successful without being incredibly good at what you do and knowing what you do. However, I do not think that that automatically means that all of your opinions about what the game needs are infallible. And I'm not trying to take this from an angle of like, Pablo's wrong, he has no idea what he's talking about. Absolutely not, right? There are some of the things that he said.
No, everybody else is wrong, and I'm right.
Some Warframe that
That's absolutely true.
Want to offer an alternate perspective on, if that makes sense. We'll get to Pablo's full thoughts on raids in a bit though. First, I want to talk about what is a raid in a video game, because I think anytime we have—
Wait, this video is 47 minutes long and you wanted me to watch this? 47 minutes?
About like raids would be a cool
brother
thing in Warframe. People's brains automatically go to like World of Warcraft raids and Destiny raids, which immediately leads them down the rabbit hole of, well, no, it's impossible for that to exist in Warframe because you can't have boss-centric damage, because then you would have to rebalance the entire game and so on and so forth, right? You can't have a World of Warcraft style raid. The mechanics are too complex. You don't want to spend 30 days of prep learning mechanics. I want that. That's my favorite part about a raid encounter. You go in, giga mechanics, and you have to learn them. And then when you learn the mechanics, it's so rewarding. It's so rewarding. I fucking love that. Take a second to not pigeonhole ourselves into those ideas of raids when talking about Warframe raids as a possibility, right? To me, and I think a lot of people would agree with this, raid in a video game is simply an activity with a higher degree of complexity compared to the rest of the activities in that game that requires execution of mechanics through teamwork and coordination to overcome. That is it. Simply put, it's literally, at least in my mind, and you're free to
I can see that.
Talking about, I think raids would be cool in Warframe. This is my—
I yap a lot too. What do you mean?
As it pertains to something that I think would be cool in Warframe. It is strictly an activity that has a higher degree of complexity that requires teamwork to be able to beat. It does not necessarily have to be something that requires a lot of boss damage. It does not necessarily have to be something—
Actually, there's some parts which that is a factor. For example, a DPS check. For, let's say you get to the finals, like he played Destiny, so he knows this, all right? And you encounter this in a lot of MMOs. That final portion of the boss fight, right? The last stand, where he goes into this enraged state. If you don't kill him in time fast enough, boom, everybody dies. All right, yeah. I fucking love that. When people need to lock in. Dude, I remember my fucking Dragon Hunter, I was just like, dude, people died. And I was like,
Lord have mercy.
It was doing Gorseval.
We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused.
I carried that Gorseval fight, dude. I just went there. Right? You know, during the focus, Scepter focus days.
Everybody knew got noise come.
Oh, dude, I missed those days, man. I had to lock in because everybody was about to wipe, and Gorseval was just like, Ugh. We carried. It was GG's.
Action is coming. I promise you.
Gorseval DPS check is hype, yeah. You get fucking, dude, I was top DPS, man. Dude, DH? Those days, and then came in. What was that fucking class? Shit, engineer. What was that? The one with the sword. I forgot this. I forgot the specialization. What was it called? Guys, help me out. Engineer specialization during Path of Fire. It was the Shwing one. Totally forgot the name. Holomancer. Was that the name? Yeah, something like that, right? It was yeah, Hollowsmith, right? Yeah, dude. When DH got shafted and everybody was looking for that Hollowsmith, whatever it's called, I forgot the name, for DPS. Especially during Zera. Was it Zera? Is that the name? The fucking Mesmer, a boss. Was it Zera? I think that's the name, right? It's been a hot minute, but man, I was overheating. Big damage, top DPS. Dude, I love when the DPS meter, it's your name at the top and the bar is this long and everyone else is like shorter than you. Big dick. That was so satisfying. That's the most satisfying thing in like a DPS check. So yes, we do need DPS checks, Mactus. It's very important for the boss DPS, right? It gets people's dicks hard. people want to play video games and feel good about themselves, right? So we also got to have that. And having a DPS meter is also very toxic in these environments because it literally points out who is slacking. I'm like, yo, what do we mean? What are you, 12k DPS as a Condi warrior? What the fuck do you have on? This guy doesn't have the prop. What the fuck? What are you doing? What are you doing? Low DPS? I mean, if it was a power, if you needed power for that environment, sure. But like Condi warrior being like low DPS, what are you doing? This guy was slacking in damage.
That is balls to the walls, unbelievably brutally hard. It does not have to be something that requires loads of preparation. It does not have to be something that requires...
Or a scourge, lacking in damage, especially during...
Gotta be on the same page with...
Fuck, what was that? What was that fucking... Was it in Doom? And it was also another boss where Epidemic was like so OP, dude.
Other people in real time to be able
Yeah.
And so a raid is not, to me, not necessarily, it's not a World of Warcraft raid. We don't need to be having stuff that requires you to be progging mythic bosses twice a week for multiple hours a night over the course of a month just to be able to beat one boss, right? I do not think anyone would really enjoy that.
Yeah, nobody would want
Not
that.
necessarily a Destiny raid either. And in fact, I do kind of agree that Destiny raids are kind of incompatible with Warframe, at least.
Oh yeah, absolutely true.
There is an emphasis on boss damage and survivability in the ad clearing phases, right? Because the reality of the situation is, in Warframe, the game's not particularly balanced in that sense. And I don't necessarily think it should be balanced in that sense. So again,
It could be balanced in that sense. For example, let's say you go into a raid and they could... This is just an example, right? For example, let's say you go into a raid, you pick the Warframe and weapons you want to use, and you get a selection of raid specific mods that you can use. And the more you play the raid, the stronger they get until they reach the max state, and then you can augment them in a way. For example, you get specific damage mods for your weapons and Warframes. And then they have additional nodes, like a set bonus, the more you level them up, right, during the raid. And then you can assign them, you can assign this on different parts of your build. So like Conclave, no. Think of it like a mixture of Duviri Decrees, but without the RNG, right? And then they get stronger the more you do the raids. So each raid completion gets you a new line, and then when you get a new line, the raid modifiers, you get like more raid modifiers, and then they get like more. I'll use the term effectiveness in terms of like PoE, right? The boss and the ads become tougher. You get these other shit happening to you, more chaotic encounters. But the harder it gets, the better loot you get. Intrinsic, something like intrinsics, yeah. So that way you can still play your frame, you still have like the movement, etc., but you don't have like the overpoweredness, and it's scaled to that activity. What class should you pick for PoE2? Whatever you want. If you want to enjoy your experience, do not pick warrior and use mace. Just a warning there.
I want to reemphasize, when we're talking about the idea of a raid in Warframe, I'm not saying I want a World of Warcraft raid in Warframe, and I'm not saying I want a Destiny raid in Warframe. I'm strictly saying I want an activity that requires me to coordinate with my teammates in Warframe. That's what I mean when I think.
Okay.
It's not automatically an activity that's centered around boss damage. It's not automatically something that is
I've yapped more. Like, I'm just putting my points in there.
Like, you're gonna be sweating bullets while you're playing it. It's not something that requires loads of prep, and it's not something that necessarily has
That's
to
what Eidolons used to be.
Right. Again, this kind of expands upon what is a raid in a video game by like clarifying it doesn't have to be any of these specific things, right?
You know what?
He's the design.
You want to know what else expands? When I see big boss damage numbers, you know something else expands. You know, that's on me. Oh, I'm saying.
And after a dev stream that he did, where he said that raids suck, basically, that's not exactly what he said, but it's basically what he said. He does not like the idea of raids in Warframe. He went to Twitter to kind of expand upon.
But me, I
thoughts,
have
right?
a suspicion
To
that
kind of
these
give,
people
like, a
are
dev
after
short
me
thing.
because I fight the
He
other
went on
bad
Twitter
manners.
to kind of talk about his full thoughts on why he dislikes the idea of raids in Warframe. And I want to give big credit where it's due, and a big disclaimer. He makes a lot of really good points in this entire thread that I
Black Lagoon, yeah.
right. However, and again, this is not meant to be disrespectful towards Pablo in any capacity. This is just
How
me
dare
on a
you.
different perspective, because I don't necessarily agree with everything that he said here. And at the end of the day, you could make the argument of like, well, Mac, there's a reason Pablo is the design director for Warframe and you're just some random streamer. And that's true. I have no counter to that. But I'm just offering my opinion. What's the internet if not for offering opinions, right? So he said, got asked on dev.
What if I don't want to hear your opinion? Ooh. Ooh.
Why I don't think raids would work on Warframe, so I'm sharing my thoughts. TLDR, I don't believe you can have good raids without challenge, and you can't have challenge without balance changes. So I totally agree with him that you cannot have good raids without some degree of challenge. I completely agree that you need to have challenge to have good raids in some capacity. I do not, however, automatically agree with that you can't have challenge without balance changes. And so a bit of history, back when Trials
I actually agree with that. Let's see why he doesn't agree.
were removed, which trials is what raids were called in Warframe. The weekly players doing them were pretty much close to conclave numbers, but trials took 100 times the work to make and maintain. So
what the fuck is
like no one was playing them, which, and I didn't play at this time, so correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that there is a lot more nuance to this statement in the sense that raids weren't necessarily something that tons of people didn't want to do. Whilst that is probably true that a lot of people were uninterested in raids, there also is the caveat of a lot of people that played Warframe.
What am I watching in the back? What is this gameplay?
When raids existed or trials existed,
is he doing a Riven challenge?
Rather, didn't even know that they were in the game.
No, he's not.
It wasn't as simple as like you loaded up the navigation and you could easily see where the raids were. Again, correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding was that to be able to access raids, it was a specific console in your orbiter that was kind of tucked away in the corner. And furthermore,
it's his wife.
The option to do
makes sense
or trials on that console by default. You had to buy a key to the raid in the market and then go talk to the console to be able to run the raid. So
you buy the blueprint, you craft the blueprint, then you can start the raid. But the game can bug out, consume your key, and you're not able to enter the raid. Or you can enter the raid, bug out, kick you out, you can't enter the raid anymore. Oh my god. Yeah, that should happen.
Already, they were kind of like hidden. Now, does that automatically mean that every single Warframe player would play raids if they knew that they exist in the game? No, absolutely not, right? But I do think it is something worth considering, that it's, you know, when you make something very hidden and not very intuitive to access,
big damage,
not really going to be that many people playing it. Furthermore, if
I like here when she nuked, I'm still assuming this is his wife, right? When
and not very
they nuked the enemies. Look how surprised they were. Like
intuitive to access.
Whoa! I nuked everything. Yep.
People playing it. Furthermore, if the loot structure
started bleach
activity is not particularly
enjoy it, man,
especially compared to the rest of the game, then again, you're definitely not going to have people playing it, because why would someone play an activity that is extremely difficult to complete?
Not gonna lie, it's actually quite refreshing seeing someone move around in a very slow pace like this,
or comparably harder difficult to complete than the rest of the game, when they could just play something that's significantly easier and get basically the same rewards. So not necessarily disagreeing with him on this, you know, obviously I trust that he's saying, like, he's not making up numbers or anything like that, but I do think there's more nuance to it, right? You can try to Morbius me and say, oh, we were all busy last time trials were around, but this time we will play them, but I'm doubtful. Again, I'm not under the, like, from what I understand, and again, I wasn't playing the game at that time.
Here's another thing. People who ask for raids most of the time are the same people who complain when when they can't kill the 60 eyes boss. Yeah. The same people who complain about that are the same people who ask for raids and all this can't even kill the 60 eyes boss. So imagine if you add actual difficulty with balance and everything.
So it could be
how would they react?
Big piece of the puzzle is not necessarily that people were just like busy, is that a lot of people just didn't even know they existed, okay? I used to raid on World of Warcraft, farm materials nonstop for flasks and enchants, study the strats, and then you and 39 other people bash their heads on the same boss over and over for 4 hours straight. It was great, but I don't think the wider Warframe community is interested in that.
That is true. I did enjoy that, but the thing is, of course, times have changed. people just don't have time to play. There was just not a lot of games back then as well, especially when you compare the accessibility of games nowadays, right? PvP content? No, nothing to do with PvP. There's a BS statement from Pablo. Yes and no at the same time. I can understand where he's coming from when it went from his perspective, but at the same time, I'm looking at it from the outside and also someone who's experienced this and is trying to look at other people's POV. Let's be honest, some guy with a 9 to 5, right? He's got kids, he's got family to deal with, comes back home. Like a lot of these dad gamers, they don't want to, stress themselves out. They already got a lot of fucking shit to deal with, and then they have to come home and deal with fucking retards in a video game. A game that they want to play and relax. So I understand their perspective on that side. But at the same time, you also have no-lifers who would play this shit all day, every day. That's the thing, is just have the content there available and, see who fucking dips their toes in. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Then again, you'll get a lot if it's done right and people want to do it. You could do it. Last week we were talking about Borderlands 3 and the takedowns. I would have to say Maliwan Takedown is one of my favorite contents ever released in Borderlands history. It was so good. And the thing is, you could do that solo or you can do it in a group. I enjoyed it. And yes, they could do something similar to Maliwan Takedown. But then again, they have to be creative about it. And it made sense for Borderlands when they did that.
Action is coming. I promise you.
What is it? 40-man raids versus the possible 4 to 8-man raids. Warframes are vastly different. True in preparation factor. True. Yeah. It's like when I played Aeon, right? I'll put Aeon as well, because Aeon, you had 6-man activities for dungeons. Then you had 12-man activities. And then you had 24-man activities. So it went up and up because there were also sieges. Sieges were pretty much PvPvE. So think of it like Gambit from Destiny, but with 24 players. And these 24 players were only in your group. You can have another group of 24 players versus the other faction. All trying to capture a base. Here, let me show how chaotic this can get. Let me see. Aeon Siege. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, do you see that thumbnail? Do you see those little white things there? Those are all player names. These are players. These are all players. And I already know what class he's playing. Oh man, I love that I can recognize it. These are all players, by the way. Man, these are good times. These are good times. Then among these players, you had high rankers. So starting from 5-star and above, they can transform. Ooh, because they're like the Giga Guardian Devas. So they can transform into this like big version of themselves. They have more defenses and they do more damage. So they're the special selected individuals who can transform, burning GPU. And so the thing is, these guys were smart. They had an option to turn off other player models, so you can run the game smoothly. Like you look like you just see names. So you see this? Look at all these people. These are all people. This is Gelkmaros. Damn. Everybody's waiting to start the fucking siege. Look at all these players. That mob just got destroyed. So we have to like destroy the gate. And then imagine this many people but red names. Those are the enemies, like the other faction, PvP. I wonder if this also shows PvP. Oh, see, this is an Abyss raid. Oh, you see the red text? These are the enemies, the other faction. Let me see if they show other factions, like faction v faction. It's crazy. Okay, I don't see any like red names. But yeah, this is how crazy it used to get. Did I experience this? Of course. What do you mean? I played the game from 2009, 2017. I was leading a squad in some of these instances.
On anything more, the Warframe community would not be interested in that. They would
It was good times.
hate the idea of that. Even I would hate the idea of that. I wouldn't want to do something like that on Warframe specifically. But again, I think it's really important to consider. It's important to recognize this is not the only variation of a raid that you can have. Because like I said before, a raid is not necessarily a World of Warcraft raid. It's not necessarily a Destiny raid.
True.
It's strictly, at least in my mind, what I'm proposing. It's just an activity.
Funny enough, I did do a raid in this game recently. I've been playing this game quite a lot off stream as well. As you saw, I did do the raid 10 times, and only a small percentage of players did this. It's actually not that bad, and it's decent enough. Right? It gives you like end game like rewards, like armor and like these runes you can put on your gear to give you like more damage and everything. And it's a very simple raid. And no, it's not a gacha. I mean, they could do something like that, and that can be done. And the reason why it's balanced in that game is because you enter that raid with 3 characters, and you control these 3 characters. And then you can invite 2 other people, and they control 3 characters. And the more people you invite, the harder the boss gets. Right, it becomes tankier, and it does have annoying attack patterns sometimes. But see, that's the fun of it, and it's balanced. It's literally just like a boss rush. You go from one boss to the other boss, and the last boss has 2 phases.
That requires a little bit more coordination amongst you and your team compared to the other activities. And so I agree. You do not want a situation where people have to farm materials nonstop. You do not want a situation where you need 39 other people and you bash your head against the same boss over and over.
I mean, farming materials nonstop is going to be something that you can't get away, like can't escape in MMOs. You need to farm materials so you can craft, let's say, to improve your armor, to get it to the next stage, or you get materials to upgrade your armor, like something like they did in Guild Wars, right? Not honing in Lost Ark. That was ass.
But I think you can make a raid-like activity that is not that. That's one example of a raid situation, but there are tons of ways that you can make raids or raid-like activities. Our current hard bosses are meant to be optional challenges for those who want to push it. We kept the rewards cosmetic, so you...
This statement is gay as fuck. I hate this. Optional challenges. No. Put a boss that you have to defeat to progress. You have to do that. Because that will filter out the fucking people who didn't farm and like improve on their gear to actually ascend to the next stage. Always put a barrier, right? Casual, like, fuck them. Every game should have like a gate that something tough that people have to overcome to go to the next stage. They do this in every video game. I don't know why you put optional. Actually, yeah, it's a progress check. True. It will make you feel so much better that you grind it. You got the good stuff just to progress and go to the next stage. Oh, it feels so good, right? For example, I'm going to bring more examples now from Soul games. The tutorial boss. If you can't beat the tutorial boss, uninstall. Simple as that. It's the tutorial boss. All right? God. There are people who couldn't beat the tutorial boss in Dark Souls 3. I bring this up because one of my friends was stuck on that boss for hours, the tutorial boss. And I'm like, no way. No way you're struggling on the tutorial boss. Like, it's hard, man. I'm like, it's a tutorial boss. Bro, keep going. I'm like, no, it's too much. No, keep going. The Big Knight? Yeah, Gundyr, exactly. Cupcake tutorial in IGN. Exactly. It took him hours to kill the tutorial, but I'm like, no, buddy. How? You know what I did against the tutorial boss in Dark Souls 3? First try. Easy as fuck because it was the tutorial boss. You, like, what?
Never felt like you had to do them, and even so,
Just get good.
request nerfs to them. So I really don't think our community is thirsty for harder
Add it.
stuff. I don't know if he mistyped this. I think what he meant to say
Understand the mechanics in the game to progress. Yes.
to nerf them in a sense that like the community wants the things that are hard to
This is the one thing I don't agree with this. This is stupid. No offense. You can always agree with someone. Yeah, sorry, you can always disagree with someone even though you know you like them. Right? This 5 out of 10, the worst thing I've read in ages.
agree that if you do add something like this that is a step up in terms of difficulty up from the rest of the content, there are definitely going to be people that are going to say we want this to be easier. That's just the reality.
Nah, filter them out, bro.
Any video game where you have any content that's difficult in any capacity. But again, I think it's okay.
When I played Neo, remember that first boss in the beginning? The fucking tutorial boss? Oh, okay. Neo 3 is different. Okay, guys, Neo 3 is a bit different from Elden Ring and Dark Souls, right? Neo 3 is way too punishing. But I understand, right? They put you right next to enemies, right? The bonfires next to enemies. So they're like, you could farm these enemies, get some XP, level up your stats, and then go fight the boss. But I was like, you shut the fuck up. I'm gonna fight the boss at level 1. Listen, I died a lot. I wasn't doing damage. Right? But eventually I beat the boss. Right? And then there was another boss, some fucking hag bitch with 2 snake arms. I hated that boss so much, and it feels so good when I fought it again at a higher level that I beat its ass. It felt so good. Fuck that bitch. Every game needs that one thing that you can do where other players can be like, wait, you did that? Exactly. You need that.
To have activities that are not designed for everyone.
Always have a barrier
to be comfy with, right? Again, 90% of your activities, or at least a significant majority of your activities, should definitely be completable by everyone. I think that's healthy for a game like Warframe, and that's definitely the game that Warframe tries to be. But that doesn't automatically mean
completed by you like everyone can complete them if they farm for the gear to progress. If people are just like, boom, trying to dash to the finish line with like an unoptimized build, they should be punished for that. Or if they're really good at the game, right, learn the mechanics, dodge, blah, 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 sure, they can progress. But there always you have to add a barrier.
That it's unacceptable to have a piece of content where maybe a lot of people, maybe it's not for them. Maybe it's above their pay grade. Maybe it's out of their wheelhouse, and there's nothing wrong with that. They can either choose to, practice a little bit more, learn the mechanics, improve their gameplay and whatnot. Or if that doesn't really sound that fun to them, then it's totally okay for them to just not participate in that activity. And we already have that. There's tons of people that don't participate in EDA. There's tons of people that don't participate in TDA. And I don't think we would make the argument that we should nerf those activities significantly.
No, they need to be deleted or just changed.
Like just the people who don't participate in those can participate.
And I participate in them every week. Just for the Archon shards.
It's fine. It's okay if not every single person can do every single activity. There's nothing wrong with that. But the only way that works is if the reward structure and the loot is set up in a way where people don't feel like they're missing out significantly, which we'll get to that in a little bit. We talk about the loot. In a game with lots of ways to hit cap damage and immortality, true challenge is just not possible. This is probably one of the things I disagree with him on the most. True challenge through survivability and damage, I do agree is not possible. But there's ways you can add challenge to content without having it revolve around damage cap and immortality, such as puzzle-based wipe conditions and damaging and succeeding at encounters through things like mechanical execution rather than strictly damage.
This is actually true. I do agree with this. But then the thing is, if you add a puzzle activity, or sorry, a puzzle encounter, for example, you have to keep enemies off the point while you pick up an item. Let's use Val the Disciple, the first encounter, where you have to go in, decipher this code. I'm trying to make it as simple as I can. Decipher a code, right? You go downstairs, kill a guy, and only you can see a specific thing. You pick up that thing, you relay that message to your teammate, and then they shoot in a correct order, boom, 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 to open up the gate so you can actually progress. They had something like that, sure, right? That doesn't require you to have giga damage, it just requires you to survive. So then people can build around survivability so they can not take damage while they're trying to keep enemies off of them while they decipher a code. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, exactly. I'm out of coffee, god damn it. But you could have something like that. But at the same time, you have to realize, yeah, damage cap and stuff like that. There are people who can debuff the boss. So you need to have enemies that are resistant to that, or only like status damage is not affected. For example, Eidolons, right? They're not affected by DOTs or status effects. And you have to strip their shields using your operator. I like that mechanic, right? It's very simple. It's a very simple mechanic, but it holds so much weight. There's nuance to it, right? And that could be good. I also set level scaling. I'd love a slider bar. What? To set my void at level 3000, for example. I have a feel here. I'm going to say something that's going to piss off people. They should add a level cap that's not at level 9000. Like a level cap at 200. Boom. But the scaling should be similar to that. So then it makes sense for you to go to like a level 5 zone, level 10 zone, all the way to like, say, level 200. And at level 200, you unlock a new stage. Like you know, in Borderlands, a UVHM, like a mayhem modifier, which applies this thing to the entire star chart. Smaller but more linear enemies. Exactly. That would make more sense. Like world tiers, you can also do something like that. Yeah, like world tiers, like in open world games, where you hit a certain point and you do a challenge and you ascend, similar to like mastery rank, but like not really mastery rank, but your, I don't know, your Tenno rank that shows how strong you've become, and how and the way you approach activities will be completely different as well.
If as a community we want challenge, then we need to emphasize balance. And I think we all know that is just not what most Warframe players want. Again, I completely agree. Most Warframe players do not want balance emphasized. That is not the type of game that Warframe is meant to be, or that it tries to be. I do not think the entire game should be balanced or overhauled strictly so that raids can exist, right? However, I do not necessarily agree that if we want...
And you know what, the one mechanic I really, really liked, and I thought this was such a good mechanic, was... You know how there's a crit cap, right? In most games. I'm going to bring up a notepad. Not really notepad. Let's bring up Paint. What the fuck is this? How do I make this big? Okay, never mind. Let's make this big like this. Boom. So in some games, there's a crit cap of 100. 100%. Right? This is the CC cap. However, though, this one game I was playing, right, even though the crit cap is 100%, you can go above 100%. This is because this is how they balance the game. There are enemies who become, crit resistant. Yeah, so even though you stack 100% crit chance and you're stacking like 300% crit damage, right? See these nuts. So let's say you're critting 100% of the time and you're doing like 3 times the damage every time you crit. That's awesome. But then there are enemies who are crit resistance, right? Let's say this enemy, put an EM, they have crit resistant. They have a CR. So you need your crit chance to go above 100%. So let's say you go for 150. Now you're critting 100% of the time, but you're penetrating their crit resistance 50% of the time. This is so good, right? Instead of just going orange crits, blah, 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 all that. They have crit resistant TFD. Yes. But I was playing this game again. We're gonna go back to this game. There's some mechanics in this game that were actually done pretty well. I like how they were scaling the thing, right? And the thing is, not only the enemies are crit resistance, you can level up your crit resistance. So if the enemy crits you, they can do a lot of damage to you as well. So not only do you have to build for crit res, not only you have to build for higher crit to penetrate the crit resistance, you have to also do that. So you have other ways of scaling your defenses. You have your defense, right? And then not only crit resistance, you have defense ignore. This is a upper, like here, ignore, that you can penetrate their defenses along with crit resistance. So if you have like these stats, you can actually do a bit more damage than normal. So there's so many ways that you can build around that. I'm not saying they should add this mechanic, but it's something to think about. You know?
Challenge that balance needs to be emphasized. I do think that there is a way to have
because
activity
hitting all these like giga red and I feel like that's a bit better than damage attenuation. I feel like you can get a bit more balance with that over damage attenuation.
Without emphasizing.
Now you may say, but then that will hurt other weapons that can't reach 100% crit chance or yada yada yada. I mean, they would just have to rebalance weapons, right? Or you have to build around that. And that will also lead to where certain weapons are more reliable than others. Yeah, exactly. Like I got so tired of like red crits and all that. Like, yeah, it's I get it, understand the dopamine hit, but then it's like not even necessary to one-shot anything nowadays. You can one-shot things with white damage. You just have to do more damage than the enemy's EHP. Simple as that.
Challenging in a sense of damage and immortality, they're going to be challenging in a sense of mechanics, right? So if challenge isn't possible, what is? Agree. I disagree that challenge isn't possible.
Yeah, you can build around status and pure damage. True.
Puzzle-based things like we have done for some bosses and in old trials, but puzzles get boring after you do them a couple of times.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I don't necessarily agree with that. Certain puzzles, maybe, but to me it all depends on how the puzzle is designed. I think there are puzzles that can be enjoyable and interesting time and time again, multiple reps after multiple runs. I don't agree with the default sentiment that puzzles get boring after you do them a couple times no matter what, right? They don't have the depth that our combat does. I do agree with, like, the combat at the end of the day does have more depth than the puzzles, but again, that doesn't automatically mean that you can't try to explore a different avenue through something like puzzles. So if not raids, then what? Well, Deep/Temporal Archimedia was born out of my desire to make something challenging that you had a reason to do every week, but also didn't get stale or hyper optimized like Tridolons. And
stale or hyper optimized like Tridolons because you abandoned it. You abandoned the planes of Eidolon. Planes are super buggy. They're so fucking bug. People abuse bugs nonstop in Eidolons. Yeah, they got hyper optimized because you didn't do anything up. You didn't do anything to balance it. I was having a version of this very discussion with the friends yesterday, specifically talking about cold status and how you don't really need it unless you're going for insane single dot damage. Yeah, I mean, plane of macros, not only plane of macros, you can abuse frame rates. Yeah, frame rate to reposition things, like to force spawn things. Like, it's so fucking weird how there's so much shit you can abuse in the planes and you guys are not doing anything and you're saying, oh yeah, it's hyper. Yeah, of course it got hyper optimized, right? New toys on an old content is always going to be better. Because the thing is, we're getting new toys while that content stayed the same. It didn't evolve with the meta. Why do you think certain raids, like in other games or activities, still are relevant? Because they are rebalanced for the new shit. You keep on adding things without, doing something about the core foundation. It's gonna collapse on itself. Yeah. People would still be doing. See, the thing is, people would still be doing Eidolons and everything, but the thing is, you moved a lot of the rewards that were important to Eidolons somewhere else, and you kept on giving away arcanes giving away all these other things. So people said, we don't need to do them anymore. I understand that because it's easier to do that than rebalance the eidolons. And that is absolutely true. It's easier to like put arcanes in other places. For example, the dissolution, arcane dissolution, all these events. It's easier to do that than actually go through the trouble and balance eidolons. And I understand that point of view, but it's fucking cringe. Would it be worth if we're able to farm hotshot and all the expensive arcanes? Would it be worth? I mean, yeah. I mean, why? How do you think a lot of people made platinum back in the days, or people that didn't want to farm platinum to buy a 6,000 plat arcane? Yeah, people did eidolons because it saved them a lot of time and it saved them some plat. So it was cheaper to invest into something that can help them farm rather than doing something else or spending money to buy the item. And then suddenly it'd be like, oh, I just got it, you know? For DE, if market price, what? Is it good for DE if market prices are low as it is now? It actually doesn't matter because most of these things are trade-off. They're making money off of other things. I mean, have a look at what they're doing with all these packs that they're adding, these skins, fucking that dog shit Regal Isle, blah blah. I mean, they could monetize it in so many different ways that are going to be way better and more lucrative for them. For example, I know people are going to hate this, but if they were to focus a lot on the Nightwave, they can monetize that. I know people won't like the idea of that, but that is one way of monetizing it. For example, you have the paid tier and the free tier. The free tier is fine as is right now, but the paid tier would give you, of course, more stuff. And that will incentivize people to do that. And then if they do that, that means if they do that, they would have to invest more time into the Nightwave, meaning that Nightwave could actually give us way better content. I mean, they're doing that recently now with what is that thing? With Amir. Yeah. That's going to be happening, right? After so many years, we're finally getting new Nightwave content. But just imagine if they were actually getting compensated for that. They could add a $7.99 Nightwave tier. Yeah. It's small, but it's not too expensive, but people are still willing to chip in some money. Yeah. I mean, listen, we all love Warframe. That's why we're playing it, right? And it'll be nice to actually give back. And people are going to be like, but now, like, what do you call it? Us as the free players are not getting the stuff as the play. Yeah, exactly, because they spend money. You shut the fuck up. You don't spend money, you don't get it. Not everyone has to get the same rewards. And the paid version shouldn't have anything over the top. I know you can disagree with me. I'm just giving an example. I'm just saying, like, what? So you pay extra to get a different tier that will give you, I don't know, more endo, more fucking forma, you know, something useful that you could get if you farmed a bit more, but easier for people who are willing to chip in, let's say, $8 to $10, you know? Let's pretend raids are in the game. What's the next Giga reward besides Archon shards? That's actually a really good and hard question at the same time. Like, for there to be a Giga reward, the content, we need actual content that requires Giga stuff. Like, let's say a rare mod, a weapon that drops exclusively from the raid, a title that actually gives you stats. A title that, dude, imagine Honoraria that gives you stats. Like, you do the raid Deathless. That's the best one. Oh yeah, here we go. You do the raid Deathless, you get a rare title that gives you stats. Fuck the people who cry about that. Do that and add that and watch people cry. At the same time, they will try their best to do it. True Omniform will be really good. Like completing a raid will give you an Omniformer guaranteed. 1 ability strength, let's say 10% ability strength, 20% crit damage. Like it'll give you like actual good stats, you know? You can't sell or trade. Yeah, exactly. It's exclusive to people who did it deathless. For example, Aeon had this, right? Rare titles that you got from completing certain activities or achievements. Guild Wars 2 had this, you know? To ban the idea of FOMO, it's okay if you don't have... See, the way they do FOMO in Warframe is the dumbest way possible. For example, with Incarnates, you know? It's so bad. I think high-end content should reward weapons Warframes with extra mod capacity. I would say, oh yeah, or completing a raid will unlock a specific slot for a Warframe that can give you some sort of like rare Archon shard that you can place to improve on your build, like again prismatic Archon shard. You know, boom. Again, like something rare and cool that will make you want to do the raid and do the content. Get the boys like, boys, come on, let's get together, let's do this. Yeah. New range mod? That could be a thing, yeah. That would be so nice. I would love that when there's like hard content and good rewards. That's always because like EDA ATA, you do it and you don't get anything. You can literally do EDA ATA and not get any Archon shard. And it's so demoralizing. You're like, fuck, and you only can do it weekly. And the worst part is this shit. This shit needs to be deleted or reworked entirely. Archon hunts. This percentage base that builds up, no. It's a one-time weekly thing. They should always guarantee you a Tau Forge. It's so stupid that you do this. You attempt it once a week, you miss out your chance, you get a regular shard. Now you have to wait two more weeks because next week is not going to be the red shard again. It's going to be a blue shard, and nobody wants to do the blue shard one, right? Then you have to wait again another week, yellow shard. You do the yellow shard, you get the small dick one. Now your second chance for the red shard. Guess what? Pfft, you fail again. You have to wait even more. Ugh. D2 exotics were the draw to the raid. Exactly, dude. With the Alternox worth building. If you like it, you like it. But if you want something that does damage, there are definitely other options. Actually, yellow is next, but you get what I'm saying. I'm just saying. This makes me remember what was the Greenier call? Yeah, the call missions. Call missions were good, but then they didn't invest in them. It could have been so much better.
For my brothers.
You can get more from ETA. Yeah, exactly. Because of a Riven, don't build a weapon just because you have a Riven for it. Very bad way of thinking. Because a Riven doesn't determine anything except if you like the weapon. That's it. Because it's just there to give it some extra stats or nicheify the build. Is that a word? All right.
But I think the idea of a mechanics / puzzle-based raid is very different than something like Deeper Temporal Archimedia, and I do not think that one should replace the other, or that the existence...
Corpus Guy comment. Yeah, we never did.
...make the existence of the other inconsequential. Do you get the highs from completing it that me and my raid got from defeating Nefarian after trying over and over for months? No, and I do agree with that. You're never going to get the highs over completing a raid that took you 2 hours versus a raid that took you 2 months. Just because the high isn't as high as that doesn't mean you don't get some high out of it, right? Surely you'd feel pretty good if you beat the raid. But that sort of high requires a lot of lows, and I think that's a different game, not Warframe. Completely agree with this. And again, I don't think we need to strive for that high. It can be like a little high. It can be like, yes, let's go. Also,
yeah, you can simplify things. Also, the guilty pissed me off, man.
The high is relative. So for someone like,
Oh my god, there were some people who were like, the guilty was so nice. I'm like, bro, take it out your mouth and talk. No, the guilty was not nice. You go in there, you fight, you do this boss gauntlet for what? Here's a glyph. What am I supposed to do with this? And the glyphs are not even good. That's the worst part. The glyphs are dog shit. Who just said guilty was? This is some fucking weirdo. Here, look at this. Let me see. Ember. Someone says, "Oh yeah, I bet you can't do the guilty on Ember." I did it. Is that glyph? Bro, pay 15 plat. Look, that's already a million times better. That's already a million times better, and it's for 15 plat. I didn't have to waste my time doing dog shit. Waste of time.
Pablo, who was doing World of Warcraft raiding, which is probably in my
Forget the heirloom wound, yeah.
It's in all of gaming. That high is going to feel insane, right? But that's the type of player that Pablo is. Pablo, clearly, if he's doing World of Warcraft raids, especially back in Classic, very, very high level player. Like, that's the best of the best. That's the cream of the crop of gaming. For a player who's maybe not, like, that's the best of the best. That's the cream of the crop of...
What was that? What was that?
Warframe shines in variety.
Oh, is that just like transition?
Just not compatible with Grueling Challenge. I do agree, shines with variety and power fantasy. I do not think that they're incompatible with Grueling Challenge. And a raid without challenge is just a mission with more people. I agree. But again, I do think that you can make a raid that is challenging without having to completely rebalance the game. So again, if you look at the colors here,
it won't feel the same.
A lot of the stuff I have on the screen. I agree with him on a lot of this stuff.
Rewards and difficult content for them? Yeah, exactly.
On World of Warcraft raids, both from a difficulty perspective, from a pass-fail condition perspective, in terms of like it's all about damage and survivability and deal enough damage to the boss with whatever gear you bring from outside.
Now the Yap Fest starts. Wait,
that are not necessarily
that was
on those pillars, right? So we made a little example Warframe encounter, right? But before I talk about it, my general idea is for a Warframe raid should not encroach on overall game balance. If to make a particular Warframe raid or Warframe raid encounter, you have to significantly rebalance any part of the game, that is bad. Warframe as a game should not fundamentally change in order to facilitate a raid-like encounter. If
it should change for that encounter, but not the entirety of the game.
There is a prospective raid-like encounter.
And FOMO rewards, they should have FOMO rewards. Raids or end-game content should have rewards that are not accessible or achievable, you know, by doing other shit. For example, we're going back to Guild Wars 2. To get the legendary armor in Guild Wars 2 for raids, you have to do raid challenges, right? To get the like legendary armor in PvP, you have to do like all that high-end PvP, get the shit, and then you get to craft it. Like, it takes time. Like, getting legendary armor in Guild Wars 2 is time-gated, bro. Yeah, you have to farm this shit. You go to all these different NPCs, purchase these, I forgot what they're called, the little fucking discs thing. It took a long time, but when you finally got it, it was the most rewarding thing ever. Valid rewards, emphasis on in much case you missed. What? Or much better with existing valuable rewards. Yeah, you can do that. Like I said, currently raids can only work functionally if you use stuff that isn't Warframes. Operators, Necromex, Railjack. Yeah, but then why would I play that? I want to play Warframe.
In order for it to be successful,
exactly,
the entire balance of the game has to change. Bad. No, not for that. At the end of the day, Warframe's core gameplay loop and core balance is the most important thing to preserve.
Vision's gear sets on drop. You want the best stuff, go raid.
Should not have things like exclusive Warframes. Should not have things like exclusive weapons. It should not have any.
It should. That's where I disagree. What's the point of doing end game raids when the rewards are not worth it? They're not enticing. Bro, you play Destiny. You want the exotic? You go do the raid. How else are you going to get that exotic? You do the raid. Or you want the exotic catalyst? You got to do the raid with the challenges. You want the adept weapons from the raid? You do the master versions, right? Simple. You have to have that. Exclusive rewards means it's way more enticing. Like, ooh, I gotta do that. People be like, oh, it's FOMO. I don't want to do it if I don't. Shut the fuck up. Let it be there. That's the best part. Like, you're not missing much unless it's really good and meta. Then you gotta do it. You gotta do it.
Anything in the in its reward loot table that makes a player who maybe that activity is outside of their wheelhouse, outside of their caliber, it should not have anything in it that makes a player look at it and be like, oh, it feels really crappy that I'm missing out on that.
No, fuck those players. No. Not everything has to be designed for like everybody. Like I said, it needs high tier rewards. Always. There's no point making a raid with low tier drops. Like, what the fuck? It has to have exclusive items that you can only get from the raids.
Because
that's where I come from.
To get that. Warframe, at the end of the day, for all of its existence, has been a game where you can easily acquire every single thing in the game if you put in enough time. Everything.
So you agree with me on that point, huh? Do that. I have done many raids on different games. Raids can be very toxic. I grew to hate raids. Yes, I understand how toxic they can get. Right? But then again, if you get together a group of people, I know some people don't like socializing. Sometimes you gotta get out of your comfort zone. And the places where I know raids can be super toxic and very demanding, right? Because I experienced it. I Lost Ark. What do you call it? In Aeon as well. What's this? Fucking Destiny 2 can get a bit toxic, but if you're with your homies, it's absolutely fine. Guild Wars 2. Yeah, PvE content was way more toxic than PvP. It's hilarious. Oh, no.
In the game, gameplay filtering wise at least, like non-cosmetically, is gated behind time investment and not gated behind difficulty. And I do not think that should change. There should never be a situation where a brand new Warframe is added and the only way that you can get it is through this comparatively very difficult raid act.
Yeah, don't put the Warframes through a raid. No. Put weapons, rare mods, like specific shards, things that will greatly improve your builds, like exclusive weapons and everything like that. Sure. Not the Warframes. The Warframes, yeah, that I agree should be accessible to everyone.
That would be bad, right? So what should loot be? We'll talk about that in a little bit. It should not have boring or uninspired mechanics. A Warframe raid shouldn't just be stand on this plate, go on this plate, throw a ball over here, stand on this plate, right? It needs to be interesting to a certain degree. Right? Otherwise, you're just making
arcanes. Yes, rare arcanes, exactly.
Right? It should not lock loadouts or create restrictive.
A universal Bane mod, that will be insane. Like that's a must-have. I would love that. And that's exactly why Warframe can have raids now. You can't have meaningful raids with no high tier rewards to chase. And you can't have Warframe where a casual player can't get the best gear by playing mostly solo. You're asking to change what the game is, and that won't happen ever. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's why my counterpoint to not have like raids being in the game, have a solo dungeon. That can get, challenging in itself. Something that anyone can do solo, because having a team activity that people don't want to play in a team, that can be very, very hard, and not only in terms of balance, but also for people to engage with. Exactly. You don't have a galley? Get the fuck out. What are you trying to do?
Loadouts. And what I mean by that is raid should not be designed in a way where there's only one correct Warframe to use, or one.
So like the Aura Worm and fuck the Aura Worm
that develop around these raids. There will be certain Warframes that are going to be better for the raid encounters than others, but they shouldn't be designed in a way where it's like the only way you can beat this raid is if you have a Nova on your team, or the only way you can beat this raid is if you have a Gauss on your team. They should not revolve around boss damage, sort of. At least boss damage in the sense of you should not be DPSing bosses with weapons.
SP mechanic. I know it has mechanics. So I'm just saying, fuck Aura Worm.
Custom mod and stuff like that, because then you do have to balance those boss HP bars around the fact that you can hit damage cap in the game, and obviously that's unsustainable, and you don't want to.
That's what I'm saying. Add that crit resistance mechanic, or some sort of like defensive thing burying you to shred. For example, it has like a unique. I hate this, but also I think it could work in Warframe, where it has a a health bar, like a unique health bar that is pretty much not affected by status effects, not affected by crits, and that's only affected by raw damage that you have to. It doesn't matter what about. Oh yeah, not affected by specific elements as well. It's a very neutral health bar, so you have to like do mechanics to weaken it so you can deal more damage to it. And once you finally break through that health bar, the boss is vulnerable, and then the DPS phase starts. So you get like a brief moment to like go DPS, then boom boom boom, it comes back up. It like starts attacking you and all that. You could do something like that, right?
Have to rebalance that aspect of the game. I do not think you should do that, right? So what do I mean by sort of? We'll get to that in a little bit. Rating counters should not prioritize killing you through damage. Again, because the way the game is structured is you can have a lot of like builds that make you borderline invincible. So how should raids kill you then? What's the fail condition? We'll talk about that in a little bit. And then the final one, this one might be a little controversial, but hear me out on this. Raids should not have auto matchmaking the way that the rest of the game does. Now I know you're like, Mac, you elitist, toxic.
No, I mean, funny enough, Lost Ark added this recently, where you can auto matchmake, but you do need a gear score to enter the matchmaking system. So you need to have like specific stats to enter the auto matchmaking pool, which is nice.
Moron, what do you mean that the multiplayer game should not automatically match you with other people? If you had a raid-like activity that requires teamwork and communication, putting auto matchmaking in it would make everyone extremely toxic. And so the way this happens is, this is my triangle of high-level activities. You can only have 2 of the 3. And so what I mean by that is, if you want to make a raid encounter that is complex and you want to make it accessible by making it so that it's just automatically matching you with people, it's not going to be fun. Because due to its complexity, you're automatically going to be match made with people who are not going to understand how to beat the complex stuff. And it's going to be frustrating because that player is then going to be...
I agree with this 100%.
Holding you back from succeeding, and you're going to get frustrated at that player. And people who do not have as much control of their emotions or not as much discipline over how they talk to other people, they are going to get really toxic, and they're going to flame the people who don't know what they're doing.
Oh, you mean like every PvP game who don't accept that they're the problem? Like, bro, this guy, he doesn't have this guy's not doing. Listen. Whenever you're in that situation or you're playing a team, it's never your fault. It's never your fault. It's always the other person's fault. Right? That fucking Zenyatta, what is he doing? He didn't heal me? He healed the tank? Ah, this team sucks, bro. Heal me. I was carrying. Look at that. Look at that. I got 6 kills. What does that guy got? You support the carry.
Furthermore, it's just going to be frustrating if you as a player are unable to complete a piece of content because you're relying on someone else to do something very specific and they're not doing that thing. What if we make it so that it's accessible and it's fun? Well, then it can't really be that complex, because once you throw complexity into the loop, then you're going to start wiping and failing, and then that's where it gets unfun, right?
Ooh, Lost Ark.
That you can achieve both of these things. Like every other mission in all of Warframe, every mission in Warframe is accessible, every mission in Warframe is fun, but they're not really that complex. There's nothing super complex about like a spy mission or an assassination mission or an exterminate mission, which is fine. That, again, 90% of the content in the game should prioritize accessibility and fun. Complexity is not the primary.
I would say some of the best game modes are simple, but with some degree of complexity. Some, not that much. For example, Disruption and Cascade. There's a way you can make it tough by doing some certain things, right? Or if you don't have like both Cascade and Disruption are built around TTK, right? Time to kill. So if you don't have good burst damage at single target, right, it's not going to be that fast, because in Disruption, you got to kill the Demolist really fast. And surviving is also another thing. There's not going to be a bunch of ads, so you don't have to worry about Giga ad clear. Same thing with Cascade. You can literally just ignore everything and just focus on the Thrax units. Yeah.
And most Warframe content, but you would want it to be the primary purpose.
All right, here we go. Let's read this. I love Mactix and all the things Destiny, but he is ignoring the biggest fundamental problem with creating a raid in Warframe that actually is worth doing. It's the money required and the return of the investment. That is also true. Yes, I did say that in my recent video. Money is a thing. A huge majority of Warframe players are casual, just love to murder shit, feel OP as hell, and build crazy builds, or in my case, well, my frame build. Exactly, guys. Go to YouTube. Big shit. Do you want to make such big investments for a niche audience? Funny enough, they used to do that. They used to take a lot of risks, but they stopped doing like taking giga risks.
In a theoretical raid, which means that you do have to a certain degree give up on accessibility.
You remember Plains of Eidolons?
And to keep it
that was a big risk.
And I don't think it's inherently a bad thing because
they can reuse assets. Yeah, they could.
Clan, it's going to incentivize making more friends in Warframe, adding people so that you know, maybe you run a raid with some people and it went really well. You add them so that you can run it with them the next week. Now you're all friends. You know, cool. So like, there's benefits to come out of this.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, we have auto matchmaking, so it's accessible, fun, and complex. But it's just the reality of the internet. People are going to be toxic. Kind of want to avoid that, right? So what a Warframe, that's what a Warframe raid should not be. A Warframe raid should be, at least in my mind, is your pass fail should be through mechanics.
That's actually a good point. Here's one of the things that I feel like they're kind of wasting their money on, and I get it. It's bringing the community together, but TennoCon. I know people will hate me for this. Let's just stop doing TennoCon and just do it at the office, stream it. Use that money on, you know, developing the game more. And also their dev team is split now. They're working on 2 IPs, Soulframe and Warframe. So they are stretched. I'm thinking more along the lines of, you know, what they can do to actually release good content and focus on releasing good content without sacrificing too much of the community engagement. You don't think Tencent, like, oh yeah, that's another fact. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about the Tencent thing. Yeah, I don't know if Tencent is like heavily involved with what they're doing. I don't even fucking know, dude. Current Warframe plays like an RPG, easier than Diablo 4. That's why EV Trinity loadout is obsolete. Okay, that is also true. Like I did say this, if they were to do something similar to PoE, then I could see some interesting things there, you know?
Or puzzles, right? Because you cannot have your pass fail condition be through lack of damage or survivability, because again, that would require you to rebalance all of Warframe. So the way that you win or lose is your ability or inability to properly do the mechanics of the puzzles of the raid. If you're going to do boss damage, when I said it should not revolve around boss damage, sort of.
Relic
the boss
based boss damage.
Relics. And so what I mean by relics is some sort of weapon that you can only access when you're in, that's specific to the...
So for example, if you ever guys did... You know, actually, let me bring this out. I can demonstrate this right now. Let's see here. I downloaded this because I used this footage in my recent video about raids. So relic system, he's talking about here during the Templar. Right? Esoteric, this guy is insanely good at the game. He does a lot of content solo. Let's get to the point. All right. Here we go. Oh, wait, no, I guess a bit further. Yeah, here we go. So he picks up this item right here. You see that little diamond? That's a relic. So it allows you to break the boss's shields, so make it vulnerable. So that is what he's talking about. So he says, you can see here, pick up relic. That's what he's talking about. This is a specific weapon you can only get in the raid. They're making enough to make it worth doing? I guess so, but at the same time, I would say like they can do some other things with it. So it does damage. And also gives you a shield to protect yourself. So I understand what he's trying to say here for relic-based boss damage. For those who didn't understand what he meant by this.
raid activity. So something that you cannot mod outside of it, something that you cannot level up or do anything with outside of the raid. It's basically something that you pick up. It has a set amount of damage. It's only obtainable in that raid. And the reason for that is because then you don't have to rebalance the rest of the game. If you can come in and do damage with one of any of the hundreds of weapons in Warframe, that's impossible to balance. It's very easy to balance a relic.
That's actually a good point.
Just only exists in that specific activity, has a set amount of damage, set amount of DPS, set amount of ammo, set fire rate, so on and so forth.
But can Warframes buff that relic? That's important.
You'll be chill. It should also be based on movement / traversal based skill checks. Warframe movement is super cool. It's one of the coolest things in the entire game. And I think there's a ton of things that could be done with level design that encourage.
You say that, but then you show. And then show the Warframe movement.
High-level movement and high-level traversal. Now, sure, certain frames would be able to trivialize these types of things. Volt, Titania. Certain frames that would be able to trivialize these types of things.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We'll get to that in a moment.
Nova portals. Oh, I have to jump there. You're already there.
Most frames, it would be pretty fun to have movement or traversal-based skill checks.
Yeah, apparently this is his wife, who's a completely new player.
A Warframe raid should be predicated on communication and teamwork. Again, this is really cool because it
Then you have those people. Okay, here. How about this? You do a raids with people from all over the world. This is what I've noticed. Whenever we do, if you play PvP games, for example, let's bring Overwatch, for example. You do comp. Not many people do voice chat in EU servers. The language barrier is a thing. Yeah. So, the Warframe needs a new way to mark or like bring up a menu and you say, hey, regroup here or take this, blah, blah. We need some sort of form of communication without using our mics. So they need to develop a new system just for that. Because our pinging system right now is just like, you just ping. It's just like the waypoint. But then that means they have to go and redesign the waypoint system because the waypoint system is absolute fucking dog shit. It's been years. Why is the waypoint system so dog shit, DE? Yeah. Dog shit. There is no sugar. It is dog shit. Like poo-poo. Like that.
Really promotes the social aspect of your game. If we're being honest, there's not a single thing that exists in Warframe at the current moment that actually requires you or even incentivizes you to be in a voice chat with other people while you're which is good because again, it lowers the bar for prep for an activity. It makes it highly accessible. But the one downside of that is some of the best friends you'll ever make while gaming and some of the closest relationships you'll ever develop in gaming is when you're actually verbally communicating.
That is also true. I did have a good time. You know?
It's something that is completely unmatched.
And also you can have some major disagreements.
Yeah, you have a text chat, that is true, but I don't think anyone would argue that you will develop stronger relationships and be more incentivized to shoot someone a friend.
It was like a younger Asmund. Oh yeah, you reminded me. There was a guy who he didn't. He said like, "You like Asmund? He's racist." So I asked him to provide proof of that, and he never did. Because I told him don't post it on chat because chat will immediately ban him. But he's not here anymore. I asked him to post it on Discord where was that? You just reminded me. I think it's what Brozyme says. Raids can work, but before raids, we need to introduce smaller versions of the content that teaches people some mechanics slowly building up to raids. That's also a good point, yeah. But then also people have to get comfortable with failing and not getting any rewards if they fail. People have to get comfortable with the idea of exclusive rewards tied to specific content. You know? Oh. I don't know why that was there.
Playing the game and being verbally social with them versus playing the game and being social with them on text chat, right? Not to say that text chat won't result in you guys adding each other as friends or become or sending each other friend requests, but when you're verbally communicating with someone and verbally working together with someone, that's like, you know, that's the best friendships are forged in that fire. The Warframe raid should have exciting rewards that don't feel mandatory.
I'm blocking.
Goes back to
what I didn't like that. Yeah.
I want to create a situation where you have a fear of missing out reward structure, so the reward should be exciting.
they should have fear of missing out.
So that people actually want to do this type of content. They shouldn't feel so exclusive or so mandatory that people feel like
It shouldn't be mandatory, but they should be exclusive. Rare. Right? I was threatened by a psycho in the comment section of your video from yesterday who doesn't want raids in Warframe. Threatened? Yikes, bro. What the fuck?
crap if they're not good enough to do the activity and get them. So
yeah,
it's generally going to be cosmetic rewards or currency-based rewards. There's an in-game mic, no one uses it. That's because there's nothing you have to use it for. There is
exactly.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong. There is not a single thing in
Umber Formas. No, Umber Formas need to be deleted from the game. There's no need for them. We have Omniforma.
Actually requires you to communicate with your teammate to be able to succeed in the
really
game.
That's fucking weird.
More what I mean by that when we talk about this, right? So with all this stuff in mind, spent a half hour setting up this conversation, right? With all this in mind, here's a raid encounter we put together in 20 minutes. And I'm not saying this is a raid encounter.
All right. Skip. All right, here we go.
And our raid boss is the man in the window, or windowy for short. And yeah, he looks like a slice of cheese a little bit, I guess. And now you'll notice he has an HP bar. It's like, Mac, didn't you literally just say that we can't make bosses based on boss damage? Like, aren't you?
You always do that.
Proposition for how you would defeat this boss is you would damage him by shooting each colored circle with its corresponding colored relic that is only, again, strictly in the raid. And when you shoot those colored circles, it will break them so that other players on your team that do not have, or it would not break them, it would make them vulnerable. Basically, think of it like these are shielded. This has a blue shield.
So pretty much almost like Templar, right? Okay, we're getting there.
This has a green shield. This has an orange shield. And if someone shoots the blue shielded crit point with a blue relic, then a player not holding a relic can shoot whatever's underneath it, and then that will do a
like alchemy with aim. Yeah,
let's say every single one that you blow up deals, I don't know, we'll say it deals whatever, this much of his HP bar, right? Every single relic that you or every single crit point that you fully kill will do this much damage. And so it's basically based on killing enough crit.
Your 10% impact roll on your fucking weapon, and seeing the guy,
like I said, we have
was ad clearing, the whole got a god roll.
Daunting for a second, but don't worry, I will explain absolutely every single part of it. What is this? So this is a 5-player raid encounter that I've designed. And again, the beauty of Warframe and the beauty of raids, it doesn't necessarily have to be 20 players. It doesn't have to be 40 players. It doesn't have to be 6 players. You can even make some Warframe raids that are 4 players and other Warframe raid encounters that are 7 players, right? It's completely up to you.
Keep it 4 players, and I think it'll be balanced.
What I've illustrated is at the beginning of the encounter, you have the blue relic, the green relic, and the orange relic.
Got it.
So you might think, okay, well, these players will just pick up the blue relic, the green relic, and the orange relic, and they'll run straight to the boss and start shooting the crit.
No.
That doesn't seem very interesting, Mac. Well, not quite. The only way you can take out these overshields is with empowered relics. So even though you start right away,
this is Destiny. This is a Destiny raid already. I can see this. This is a Destiny raid. But let's see where he's going at.
These relics chilling right here, we need to empower them. So what's going to happen is each one of your players is going to pick up the unempowered relic, and they need to empower it. How do they empower it, you might ask? Well, they empower it by infusing it with the power in the empowerment matrix.
Okay.
Ooh, but here's the problem. The empowerment matrix is offline, and the empowerment matrix needs energy.
Man, this reminds me of Vault of Glass, just before Atheon, right?
So that you can take your empowerment relics and empower them through the empowerment.
Well, you have to go between different realms? Oh, man.
Like them. So how do we empower? How do we turn on? How do we give electricity? How do we give power to the...
They're not different? I mean, let's see.
We can empower our relics in the empowerment matrix. I should name these different things. Well, there's a little maze that we got going on. And each of the players with the relics are going to have to go into the maze and traverse the maze to find their empowerment relic room. Now, what are all these lines in the maze? Well, some sort, you can't just waltz through the maze. That would be too simple, right? So all these squiggly lines, there would be lines of electricity that would either be high up or down low that will constantly fluctuate throughout the maze. And as you're traversing the maze, you have to either jump over these electricity walls or slide under these electricity.
So the Vor boss fight.
Walls. If you get hit by a certain number of electricity walls while holding your relic, let's say 3, then your relic gets destroyed, you automatically wipe, and you restart the encounter from square. Okay, so you have to be decent at your traversal, right?
Okay, how about this? You can get, if you do 4 people, you can do a 2-2-2 strat. Okay, 2-2 strat. So let's say this, you have 3 relics, right? Orange, green, blue. So something is shooting orange damage at you. The guy with the orange relic can block or deflect the orange stuff, while the blue guy can't. So you get that guy to help you pass to a point, and then you switch roles. So now the blue guy takes over, while the orange guy does some other shit.
You'll also notice
saying.
all of these lines. Blue lines, green lines, orange lines. These are walls that prohibit you from going further into the maze. How do we get these walls to go down? Well, that's where player number 4 and number 5.
All right, let's see.
Whilst these 3 players are running the relics through the maze, player number 4 and 5 are going to be defending the empowerment matrix from ads that are going to be constantly spawning in this room. They're going to be...
Okay, so these guys are gonna be like, hi, can I join as ad clear?
Ads that spawn, there are going to be orange ads that spawn, and there are going to be green ads that spawn. At the beginning, all of these ads are going to be base ads. There's not going to be any
white mobs, okay?
They're just going to be base ads, right? These ads are going to drop amphors, and I know usually amphors are elemental, toxin amphor or heat amphor,
okay,
gold amphor, so on and so forth. For the purposes of keeping this simple, let's just say they're blue amphors, green amphors, and orange amphors, right?
Got it.
These ads are going to drop amphors, and these players are going to be able to pick up the amphors and throw them at their respective color computer console. Doing so,
DSC, got it. Okay, Deepstone Crypt, got it.
give these players a specific buff depending on which amphor they match to the console. And of course, if you throw the wrong, like if you throw the blue amphor at the orange console, that'll create like it'll make the reactor it'll make the matrix overload, and then you'll wipe again, right? So again, you got a little skill check right there.
Got it.
You're matching it properly, right?
Deepstone Crypt, got it.
Amphor at its correct corresponding color console, you will receive a buff aligned with that color. So if you take the blue amphor and throw it at the blue console, you will receive amphor.
And then you can go to the console and deactivate the blue door or deactivate whatever.
The green amphor at the green console, you will receive the amphoric harmony buff. And if you take the orange amphor and throw it at the orange console, you will receive the amphoric rage buff. And if a player on your team is in possession of a particular amphoric buff, then any walls of the color corresponding with that buff will automatically be disabled. So for example, if I'm this player and I take a blue amphor and throw it at the blue computer console, I will receive amphoric insight.
What I'm getting, Mactix and Aztec just need to go make D3 and leave Warframe alone. No. It's always good to see different perspectives. I like that. You know, and plus, yeah, they're not gonna make D3. That's all Sony. Sony took Destiny and bent over and it's fucked. Right? You saw what happened with fucking, what's that game again? Marathon. They released some PvE shit. The game barely got over 6K players. Yeah, about that. Just saying.
And because I'm in possession of amphoric insight, all blue walls in the maze will...
Warframe needs new brains to evolve. True.
There's only 2 players in this area because the other 3 players are running relics throughout the maze. And if you take an amphor and throw it at a console and it gives you an amphoric buff, it'll automatically overwrite your existing amphoric buff, and then those walls will come back up. So there would be a certain degree of, hey, I'm getting amphoric insight, okay, or all the players get past all the blue walls, okay, now I'm gonna get
This is, yeah, I can already see similarities in which raids he's talking about, like especially at the encounter just before Rulk in Vow the Disciple, something like that. You take the buff so only you can shoot the thing, or only you can see the thing and interact. Yeah, I see that.
Which will make me lose amphoric insight, which means all of the green balls will go away. But
what are we watching? We're watching some guy make a raid in Warframe.
Relic players will communicate, hey, we need the blue walls taken down, and so on and so forth. Because as you notice, there are only 2 players in the middle doing ad clear, which means only 2 of these 3 buffs can be active at any time, which means there will always be a set of walls up somewhere. And so it's the responsibility of the middle players to be constantly juggling between buffs.
He's a raid designer? No.
So all the walls constantly.
So TLDR, he's a Destiny player and he's playing Warframe, and he wants raids in Warframe. And this is his suggestion. Now, hear me out. The reason why, again, I've had friends who actually left Warframe to play Destiny 2 because they found nothing to keep them in Warframe. People who joined me to play Warframe for the first time didn't stick long enough because they just didn't have anything to do in Warframe. People who come from Destiny to Warframe usually stick around just for brainless destruction, while others, they were looking for something new that Destiny wasn't offering, and they were expecting stuff that Destiny was offering to be in Warframe, but they found nothing like that, so they didn't stick around. And I've seen people who went from Destiny to Warframe, didn't like Warframe, they went to TFD and enjoyed TFD a lot more, and vice versa. Right? Destiny, TFD, TFD, come to Warframe, they stuck around. Right? People who played TFD, they wanted something new, they checked out Warframe, they didn't like Warframe, but they liked Destiny. There's actually people like that. I've seen them in my comment section all the time. So the thing is, every game offers something different. It's just like, who will enjoy it to stick around? The reason I stick around, I just do it for brainless stuff, kabloomies. I like that, right? And yes, I do make content for it. But if I want anything challenging or something to tickle my brain, I play other games, right? There's a bunch of games I've been playing recently. For example, this game, and I literally just finished Neo 3, banger game, by the way. Literally, okay, not today, but midnight. So it counts as today. And I'm going to do New Game Plus of the game. Pretty damn good. You came from Destiny? Okay, yeah, you see? There you go. So yeah, it depends who's who. And here's another thing. For those who remembers as Nitros.
Like go down to the relic play.
All right, as Nitros, she was a content creator for Warframe. I'll show you the glyph. Actually, can I show you the glyph in here? Without moving. Y'all remember this glyph? Yeah, the Hildren main. Yeah. She was actually, she played a lot of Warframe, but now she's a Destiny 2 player. She enjoys the raids. Like she just goes ham in them. All of that. If you have iPad 16 on this device, what are you talking about?
Players can continuously progress in the maze. Additionally, at a certain point in the encounter, blue ads will begin to spawn, orange ads will begin to spawn, and green ads will begin to spawn. And you can only defeat these ads, you can only deal damage to these ads if you are in possession of the corresponding color. So if you are currently holding Amphoric Harmony, you are unable to deal any damage to blue ads or orange ads. And so again, it creates another layer of complexity for the ad clearers in the middle, who are not only having to switch.
You know what? I kind of like the idea of this encounter. It could work for Warframe, absolutely. But the thing is, would they do something like this?
Buffs to take down the walls for the relic runners to get deeper in the maze, but we're also having to switch buffs so that they can actually take out the ads that are trying to get to middle and destroy the empowerment matrix, because if enough get to the middle too quickly, then you're going to end up in a situation where...
How many people are already confused and how many people already understood the mechanics? I already understood the mechanics because I've played Destiny 2 raids, so I kind of already get the idea, and I can already envision this. I see the vision. Confused you?
So that's the general flow of the encounter, until eventually all of the relic carriers get to their empowerment rooms. So you're gonna have 3 rooms somewhere in the maze. One's going to be
let me guess, you have to bank
room, one's going to be a green room, and one's going to be an orange room. And each of the rooms are going to have 5 nodes inside of them that need to be shot in a particular order. But
Deepstone Crypt, got it. Or Vow Disciple, got it.
The relic players don't know what order to shoot them in. That's again where the players in the middle come.
This game?
3 players are in their rooms.
I don't fucking know what that is.
And you have a limited amount of time to shoot.
Just Google that. Why are you asking me about iPads?
All rooms. However, you can only, the players in the middle are going to be the ones that know the correct sequences because they will read them on the computer.
Yep, and they'll relay that message to the guys there. This Deepstone Crypt, yeah. Yo, Footsie! Welcome back with 62 months, man. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, I see this in Deepstone Crypt or Vow the Disciple. The guy that's inside the other universe, or like, you know, Mars or Venus, depending, you know, red or green. They'll be like, okay, 1, 2, 3, or, you know, like 2, 4, 5, and 1. They have to shoot in that according order. Boom, 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 boom. I do numbers. Other people do, oh yeah, back left, back middle, front middle. Fucking retarded. Just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know?
Console,
use numbers.
And relay that information to the player. So, like, as an example,
should you start playing it? Yes.
Takes, let's say this player has Emphoric Rage, and they read, let's say,
I mean, they have the same mechanic in Deepstone Crypt and Vault of Glass. Yeah, the same mechanic.
It's filled in, 2 is blank, 3 is filled in, 4 is blank, 5 is filled in, right? They will communicate to the player in this room, okay, orange, you are 1, 3, 5, and then orange will shoot 1, 3, 5. And that will send a beam of power of...
Literally, Oryx back room, it says it.
Matrix to empower up the orange side of the empowerment matrix. However, you can only read the console of the amphoric buff that you have. So instead of players having to constantly throw different amphors at the computer consoles to
Be into Warframe? Yeah, exactly.
clear certain ads, they are now doing it so that
What is this?
to
A Destiny 2 player designing a raid for Warframe. Pretty much.
players. And again, you'll have a limited amount of time to do this. If you don't do it in the proper amount of time, you'll fail, you'll wipe, take it from the top, right? Basically, these guys see something that the other guys can't see. That's how they do it, okay? Once all 3 are done with all 3 of their memory games, portals will open that will send these empowerment relic players back to the middle so that they do not have to run back through the maze, right? They've already done this, they don't need to run back through the maze. And
True. Okay.
assuming you did it properly, you did 3 correct sequences in the green room, 3 correct sequences in the blue room, and 3 correct sequences in the orange room,
boss becomes
the empowerment matrix will then become
vulnerable,
and you can take each of those relics and empower them in the empowerment.
Oh yeah, I
If
forgot
there
about
are
that.
no ads, how can you get amphors to read screens? It's a great point. The ads will continue to spawn. Excellent point, excellent point. But portals will open. They'll teleport all the relic holders back to the room. The orange relic player will interact with the orange part of the empowerment matrix. The green relic player will interact with the green part of the empowerment matrix.
You know what? I actually, I would play this. I would play this. I would play this. I see the vision. I would play this. It works.
The blue player
I would play this.
Matrix. Once all 3 relics get empowered, there will be a portal that spawns in the middle that all 5 players will stand on, and whoosh, you teleport to the DPS platform. So now all of your relics are empowered.
If only the rewards are worth it. True.
Empowered because they have arrows on them, and you'll have all 5 players on this platform. And like I said before, basically the gist is, while a empowered relic is shooting a corresponding color, it will make the shield go away for a very short period of time, so that a player that is not holding a relic can then
pew pew pew
whatever node is behind it. Since the shield is down, that'll do a set amount of damage, and if you do it quick enough, or you do enough in a short...
It's only this part that I don't like, because it's like every Destiny 2 raid, stand on platform, deal damage. That's why I didn't like most of the DPS phases for Destiny 2. And my favorite one had to be Rulk, because you weren't just stand on platform, shoot boss, put well, and div guy. That's all. It's always like that. Imagine if rewards of raids were you entire week search on what? Imagine if the reward of raids were you entire weekly search. Rewrite that again. I don't. What the fuck was that? I can't. What was that? What was that? I don't play Warframe or Lost Ark anymore. But how about having Lost Ark raids in Warframe? See, Lost Ark raids are very, very specific. Very specific and very challenging and punishing. I know Lost Ark did this solo raid thing recently. But yeah. So if you're talking about that, maybe. I don't know, dude. Some of the best raids I've ever done were in Lost Ark. Like, best experiences and also worst experiences were all in Lost Ark. Yeah.
Period of time, you kill the boss in an ideal situation.
Imagine if the rewards of raids were your entire weekly search pulse loot, so you can choose between one raid. Oh, that thing. No, that should be in its own thing. No, that'll be too stupid. Too stupid of a design.
Situation, you probably have the boss's health. You probably have it set up so that most teams will require 2 phases. Maybe they get this much HP in a single run, and then their time in DPS runs out, they get teleported back, and then they have to do another phase. But then you create a situation where if the team is good enough, and if they're quick enough and they're coordinated enough, you could theoretically one phase it if you're just like really on the ball of, hitting all the laser beams.
Oh, you have to aim.
It's a very, very robust raid encounter. I completely understand that, and I'm not by any means saying that this is a raid encounter that Warframe should...
You know what, Mactix? Listen, I heard you, and I like this. I like this, right? It can be done, but then the thing when you have to think about it, it's just like, how fast will it be optimized to the point where it's trivialized? I can already, like, from what you explained, I can already see like meta frames already. Nova already meta for this. Volt already meta for this. Let's see. Now, in terms of ad clear, right? Not every ad will be vulnerable, so you need the specific buff. So that's why I would say, and of course, survivability would be another factor, right? You can get frames that can just give overguard to the entire team, make it easier. Wukong flying through everything. Well, you can't fly through everything because you do need to do the little puzzle. But then again, is their Cloudwalker, will their Cloudwalker allow them to phase through the lasers? Or Nova, will her portals allow her to phase through the lasers? Because I can think of so many ways that you can do cheese strats. But then again, will your abilities be disabled while you're holding a relic? That's another one. Ooh, a Loki? Yeah, Loki switch teleport. That's a good one. Yeah. Wisp would also be pretty good. Yeah. Folly. Oh, yeah, Folly. So they can give you the Amphors. That's another one. Folly would be actually another meta pick because she can spawn objective items. Yeah. I mean, that's for the meta strats and speedrunning strats, right? Would have to be 100% hand holding, or else you're just not a queue with a decent team. No, there's no point if it's hand holding. With a few adjustments to this, I think it would be a fine raid. I think wipes should only be in the ultimate version of the raids. No, there should be wipes, period, because then it teaches people to actually start locking in. Because in raids, you need to lock in. Until you understand and you know how everything works, right? Then you can start being a bit, casual about it. But in the beginning, you need to lock in. Wipes are good. Yeah, wipes are always good. They teach you how to, basically, you start learning mechanics. For example, if you're fighting a boss in a Souls game, right? You go in, you get wrecked. You're like, oh shit, let me go back in, do it again. You get fucked over. You keep on learning and learning till you win, right?
They should take it exactly like this and chuck it in the game, and
then when you finish it and you beat the boss, you feel good.
Point that, like, I think this would be pretty interesting. I think that this is cool and would encourage people to get in VC together and do it together. I don't think it requires you to complete.
I feel like there should be a pinging system, and they need to add a whole new pinging system to the game, because some people, unfortunately, they won't be able to talk. They don't have mics. You'd be saying, oh, well, how do you not have a mic? Yeah, some people just don't have mics, or some people can't talk. Language barrier, that's another thing.
Fundamentally rebalance the entire game, because you're not wiping based on enemies dealing damage to you.
It's going to turn into Eidolons, and DE doesn't want that. Yeah, it's going to be...
So I think you can keep the rest of the
people are going to find efficient strats for this. Doesn't matter what it is, always going to find efficient strats.
Way it is, without this being completely incompatible. That was the entire point of this.
And you wish they didn't? True.
Very, very fun. But again, why would I even want to run this thing in the first place? Why would I do this when I can just go play an exterminate mission? Let's talk about the loot. Again, no warframes, weapons.
Okay. This is the part where I disagree with Mactix. No warframes, that's absolutely fine. Weapons, absolutely. You need an exclusive mods, absolutely. What's the whole point? We need that. That makes it rare. Like, you can only get it from this. Like an exotic weapon. You need to have exclusive rewards from the raid, because if you can get all this stuff somewhere else, what's the point of doing the raid? Exclusive random drops that makes the raid easier-ish. True, yeah, you can get exclusive items for the raid, yeah. But the snowman, fuck them. That's why they're snowflakes. They're not hailstorm. They're not the hail. What do you call it? The fucking ice rocks.
Exclusive mods, nothing gameplay altering that would be exclusive.
Ew, Futz with the gift to Dalinor.
Activity, because you don't want players.
New Archon mods just available for the raids. Yeah, you could do that as well.
Difficult to the rest of the game to this degree. You do not want them to feel like they're being missed out, or that they're being ostracized.
They have to be like that.
Non-exclusive currencies. If you do the raid, you get a large sum of endo. You get a large.
You lost me. This is fucking gay as fuck. There's no point doing this. Now I don't want to do the raid. I don't want to do the raid anymore. What the fuck? Kuva? What, Endo? Nah, bro. Just go do a fucking Vitus farm. Like, what is this? Did you do any of the accolade challenges? Yeah, I've done them.
Oh man,
Yeah.
you're just ruining it.
Yeah.
Look at my lips. You're ruining it.
You can legit do bounties in
Ruining.
Sanctum and Zeraman for Endo. Yeah, exactly. You can do. There's so many ways to farm Endo very easily. Now I'm not gonna do a fucking raid for Endo. What the fuck is this? Here. Let me blow your mind. People who are doing raids, endgame content, don't give a fuck about Endo. You know, but nobody cares about that. Yeah. You have to suck his dick? Y'all, Futz, get ready, unzip, bro. Is there like throat lube?
It's of Kuva, which these currencies, generally speaking, are for more endgame players.
No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Now,
for higher
please
level
stop
players
being
anyway,
weird.
at
You're
least
scaring
in
all the
mass
lame ass
quantities.
people
If
who
you're
are
a player
afraid to
that
be
cares
themselves.
very much about max ranking all of your primed mods, which requires a ludicrous amount of endo, then you're probably also a player that is pretty hardcore at Warframe, right? It's not to say that there is no such thing as a player that cares about max ranking all of their primed mods that also does not care whatsoever about higher level content, but there's probably some correlation between that relationship to a certain degree. You could reward non-exclusive upgrade materials like potatoes, Exilus weapon adapters, Exilus mod,
You were this close, Mactix. You were this close. Yeah, you just mentioned the worst possible rewards. There's no point doing the raid if you get shit that you can get easily somewhere else. Yeah, no, like if people who are doing raids don't care about that at all. Omniforma, exclusive weapons, exclusive mods, that's way more enticing. Forgot credits. Jesus. Dude, yeah, there's no point. Like, those rewards are dog shit. What are the rewards as you recommend?
Only valid way to run this raid is by running whatever specific set of warframes would be really, really good for this encounter, right? So here's my proposition. Your lockout/knockout system for getting rewards specifically for Forma from raids is warframe specific, and it will reset weekly. And so what I mean by
bad, already bad. Yeah, this whole thing here, already bad. But let's hear him out, because nobody liked this in EDA ETA. Let's see.
by that is when you do a raid, you will get one Forma immediately. You will get a Forma on your first raid completion. However, any subsequent raid that you complete on that exact same frame during that week will not count towards getting an additional Forma. If you want another Forma, you have to do a different frame on your next raid completion. So you'll get Forma number 1 on your first frame, Forma number 2 you only get if you do a different frame for your next.
No. Yeah, these rewards are dog shit. You do this, nobody wants to do the raid at this point. It has to be exclusive and rare. That was the whole point people did Eidolons, because they were the only one that dropped Arcanes. And look, nobody's doing Eidolons anymore because you can get that anywhere else. Do you see? I mean, it makes sense because you haven't played Warframe a lot. It makes sense you don't get this. But yeah, nobody cares about these rewards except new players. At that point, what's the point of getting new players into a raid? Raids are supposed to be endgame content. You see how that's... You see? Nobody cares about this. If I want potatoes, blah, 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 Nightwave. Like, what's the point of doing the raid? Kuva Endo, I can just do an exterminate, extract stuff, steal essence. You get what I'm saying? All of these can be farmed anywhere else faster without a team. Rewards are dog shit. Rewards They need to be exclusive weapons and exclusive mods. Then we do the raids. And the only way you can upgrade these mods is if you get the raid currency. There you go. That incentivizes more raid completion. And these mods can be placed in the Warframe separately. Ooh, that makes them way more enticing. Yeah. They're a special mod that can be placed in a special slot. That's not an augment. That's not some sort of ribbon, but it gives you some utility and damage. Raid armor. Yeah, think of it like raid armor. And if you use this mod on your build, you do more damage in the raid. Yeah, you can only have one type of all those mods. True. Also, more balance if you use only raid-specific stuff. Exactly. You see? Come on, Mactix. What is this? You were this close, and then you fumbled. You flew too close to the sun, man.
Completion. And then if you want another forma after that, you have to do 4 unique warframes in total. So you can't use the first frame you used, you can't use the second frame you used, you need a 3rd different frame and a 4th different frame. And then if you want another forma, you need to use another
Bro, stop! Nobody! This is the only... Okay. I was with him until this. Nah, bro. No, what is this? I believed in you! You were this close, bro! Might as well do Fishers? Yeah, might as well do Fishers at this point. There's no point doing the raid. This is what I said before. Like, stop adding rewards that nobody cares about. Then nobody will do them. Why do you think people do EDA ATA? Because it's the only place you can get freaking Tau shards. Yeah. Nobody will do it if it's done. Like, why do you think people do Cascade Fishers? Because it's one of the best places to earn so much loot. So much loot. You get prime items, arcanes. Oh, dude. Yeah, the rewards are dog shit. Plague Star is like 10 minutes per run. Actually, a lot lower than that. But yeah, you can get burnt out of that. W game mode, L rewards, just like any other thing as well. Yeah, exactly. You were this close, man. Mactix, I believed in you, brother. I believed in you.
Warframes. So you're up to a total of 7 unique warframes. This
Zeo
creates a
welcome back. Oh, it's a gifted.
Plus 4 more unique frames, plus 5
more
unique frames.
Luke, enjoy the gifted.
This prime frames and non-prime frames, like Ember Prime,
you have left exactly.
would not count as 2 different frames. But the point of this is so that 1, you don't completely ruin DE's bottom line, because that is important. You don't completely like invalidate any reason to purchase Forma, because that is important for a game like.
No, this needs to be removed. The raid mechanics were actually pretty decent. I would have done them, but the rewards are just like, why do I have to go through all of that? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He simply doesn't play enough to know what's valuable rewards? I guess so. Yeah. Yo, Menace! Thank you so much for the 8 months. Fat Conk. Thank you. Who even will do all of that for 30 polite Forma? Yeah, this is too much just for Forma.
Warframe, it's free to play. They need to make money somehow. Forma's their biggest.
Yeah.
2, it incentivizes people to actually go out of their way to try and learn other frames if they want to.
No. I'll tell you why this is a flawed concept, all right? People already will have to go and learn other frames because they're gonna level them regardless, right? And another thing, taking a frame that you don't like in a raid encounter just because it gives you an extra Forma is dumb. Yeah, people already don't like the idea of being locked into 3 warframes every week in EDA, ETA. Yeah, some people just want to play their frames. And this is also going to be really hard for people who want to do the raid and they have to use a frame they don't like, right? There should be, all right, people should have the option to play any frame they want for this, because you were just fine with running any frame because it's a relic based thing and they can kill and survive, blah blah. That was actually pretty good idea. That means anybody can take any frame they want. But forcing people to take a different frame just for that, right? That's bad design. But then again, even though you can play any frame, there will be meta frames. That's a given. Because if it gives good rewards and people want to finish fast and do it efficiently, yeah, meta will exist. Doesn't matter what it is. Meta exists in every part of the game, even, in Warframe. Fast fishers, right? You have few meta frames. You have Titania, right? Running around in low-level fishers with Thermal Sunder. You could use Nullstar, but then they gave it an ICD. But yeah, you just go in there, done, complete. Way faster, right? And let's say Ogress when you're doing arbitration, that's a good fucking weapon because of the drones. It kills the drones. Very good to have. You also Loki with Switch Teleport Augment, that's a thing. You know, if you did things like Plague Star, Volt, Nova, and Loki, meta frames, right? Because of the funny, you can even drop Loki and just do Volt and Nova. In Eidolon hunts, double Volt or Volt Nova. See, there's always a meta for these things because they're the efficient stuff. Because you can farm fast, get the rewards, and get out. Sometimes you don't want to be stuck doing that one thing for hours. That was another reason why people didn't want to do raids to begin with, because it has the setup and the commitment portion of it. The devs try to prevent metas so hard, man. Yeah, exactly. Metas will always exist. It doesn't matter what game you play. There will be a meta. I mean, if it's I don't understand. I don't know cozy games, if there's a meta in cozy games as well. But there's always going to be like a giga meta. For example, even in Elden Ring. Remember when Rivers of Blood? It wasn't even that great of a weapon, but you needed to go to near the end of the game to get a weapon to be like, well, you could have just gotten something better and just nuked everything. All right. So there's always going to be meta, right? Doesn't matter what game. If the game has things to do with damage, speed, it's always going to be a meta strat. Honestly, when I look at it, some of the best rewards you can put up for raids are more comfort versions of already existing things like Universal Bane. Universal Bane is actually a great idea for a raid exclusive reward. Derelict mods without the downsides. Oh, like you mean just giving you 99% strength without negative efficiency? That would be way too broken. I think that's a bit too broken already. Right? Or here. You can get, how about this? You can get an exclusive currency that allows you to negate negatives off of corrupted items while still retaining the positives. You know? Stardew Valley has that 100 level dungeon that you can do. Wait, Stardew Valley is a what do you call it? Is that a comfort game?
Continue.
Prime Streamline.
Rewards.
Yeah, 55% efficiency.
That sounds terrible. I only
PSF to raids.
Warframe, and I never want to play any other Warframe. That's fine. Do the raid on your one Warframe, you get your one Forma, and then you'll just come back next week. Don't do run number 2, don't do run number 4, don't do run number 7. Don't worry about it. Just do your one per week, and that is completely all good to go. There is nothing wrong with that. And you could even have certain things that are infinitely farmable even if you are on the same raid. Like maybe you can infinitely farm a certain amount of endo. Again, you'll get diminished.
Yeah, okay. I was with him until the rewards portion, but let me skip a bit. I'm going to skip here. What is this? Encourages diving deeper into the game. Why should Warframe even add raids? Yes, this will encourage them diving deeper into the game and having more to do at the late stage of the game, because when I've seen a lot of people entering Warframe, and what do? They speed run. They get themselves a Giga Prime frame that they heard was nice from from their friend group. They got the Torrid, and now they're blasting. They got melee influence. Like, what else are they gonna do after that? What else is gonna do that? PSF Prime sure-footed, because spending less time on your butt is what? Or a streamer, they get gifts. Yeah, there's that. Not hating, but you don't like that guy. What did he do to you? I've seen some people not say they don't like me. Like, I was wondering, like, there was this one guy in the comment section of the raid short. They were saying, I hate Mactics. I'm like, what? And now it was, I guess it was because of this video with raids. Why? Why would you hate a person for this? Adding 2 people to ad clear, and you don't what? And you don't need only 1 person with influence. No. The thing is, you can't really do the influence because you need to have the specific color to deal damage to them. I reached MR30 in 2 months. Yeah, you can definitely reach MR30 in a short amount of time. You spend money, get gifted, easy. Like, mastery rank is nothing special. I mean, getting to MR30 will give you a good benefit when it comes to putting mods and capacity. I think that's the best benefit. Yeah.
In my opinion, it encourages diving deeper into the game.
He got gifted hella frames and got so much hate he quit playing Warframe for months.
Who want to. It gives players a...
Wait, he did? Wait, so he people got upset he got gifted? Who the fuck cares? What? What? Wait, he got a hate because he got gifted? All people do is cry? Yeah, that's so fucking petty. So what? He's a streamer. People want to... See, here's the thing. People who enjoy the content, like I've gotten a lot of gifts from chat, and I appreciate those gifts. People who don't have money to sub to the stream, you know what they do? They say, here's an Omniforma. I'm like, dude, that is still fucking good. Appreciate that. Like, why would you get upset with that? Like, what? What about raid exclusive arcanes and mods? Yes, they should be exclusive to the raid. That's the whole point of doing the raid, because it's an end game activity that gives you end game rewards. No, you asked why people hate him, and that video was an amplifier. Oh, bro. Really? That's bullshit. What I like about this raid is that intentionally or not, he made mechanics of the raids, the mechanics we already have, but reused like alchemy stuff and the vor lasers. Yeah, I mean, the raid mechanics were really good. I was actually interested in the raid. Listening to it, I was more familiar with the stuff he was saying because I've experienced that in Destiny 2. Like, he was explaining things about doing the correct order, the sequence. Well, it sounded like Vault of Glass, especially with the relics, and then the sequence, Deepstone Crypt, especially with the guy going down there, reading out the numbers, back left, whatever, you know, same thing. Yeah, I'm all down for that mechanic. I would do that raid, but the rewards are bullshit. That's the only thing I disagree with him on. Took some of your advice and started Elden Ring. Great suggestion. Enjoy the game. What build are you playing? Or are you just going in blind? Should they be tradable in your opinion? Fuck no. Raid exclusive things should not be tradable at all. They shouldn't. You need to do the raid, get the items. Don't be a little bitch. Not because of the raid thing, but I used to watch his stream, and he always thinks he's better than everyone, always tries to pull money out of his viewers in his Destiny days. Pull money out of his viewers? I mean, I don't know much about the guy, so I can't really say much. He always thinks he's better than everyone. You know what? I'm better than all of you. I'm the greatest. In my head, of course, right?
I'm stronger. I'm smarter.
Exactly.
I'm better. I am
better. Right? Homelander moment.
Into the game, especially with
shouldn't be the market either. It shouldn't. Yeah.
Encourages people to learn more frames. It encourages someone who maybe only ever plays 2 frames to have a good reason and a rewarding reason to learn how to play maybe 10 more frames. And I think that's cool. It also lures in newer players. A big
nope. New players should not get access to the raids immediately. That's the one thing I highly disagree on. New players shouldn't just immediately get into raids. They need to get gear so they can do the raids. Next line. Things to do for endgame players. This is a priority. These two, you can drop this. Things to do for endgame players should be the only reason. Right? Number one reason. And then rewards. Right? I'm going in blind. Started with Samurai. Okay. I mean, I also started with Samurai. I didn't even know what anything did. I just pressed buttons. Figured it out after. But if you're sticking to the Samurai, dexterity. You know, that there you go. Question for you. After getting all the rewards from the raids, what will be next? A new raid. A new raid. Remember those exclusive mods that can only be used in raids? You can take those into other raids. For example, Wing 1, like
this video is sponsored by the most ambitious game of 2019, Raid Shadow
People complain
Legends.
if they can't do the content, then get good. It's not being elitist or anything. It's just learning the game. What do you think people who didn't know how to play Elden Ring, like myself? You know what I did? I kept on fucking playing, all right? Like, do I need to bring this back? I'm using Elden Ring as an example, right? Here we go. Let me find that. Here we go. Okay. Day 1. All right. Day 1 of me playing Elden Ring. Okay. I was learning the mechanics. And guess what? Look. This. You see this? Same boss. We finally beat him. Yeah. I learned. I went in again and again and again and till I beat him. Right? It was my first time playing the game. You know what? We beat the boss. Right? Yeah, it was hard because I had nothing. 0 points spent. All right? Nothing. I didn't know anything about the game. Guess what? I went in, got fucked in the ass so hard, so many times. But I eventually killed him. You know how that felt? It felt so damn good. And that's the most rewarding part about a video game. Okay? And recently, I thought I had GG gear when I was fighting, what was this boss right here? In Neo 3. Right? I'm not going to show you much of the boss because I don't want to spoil it, right? This guy fucked me up. I died. Look at that. I got wrecked. This guy killed me. All right? My first attempt. Look how far I got with my first attempt. And then I got wrecked. Right? Got fucked in the ass. But guess what? I went in over and over till I finally beat the boss. And man, it felt good. Felt good. If it bleeds, if it bleeds, we can kill it. That's it. You just keep going until you exactly. Same thing when you jack off. You keep going until you finish. Even though you're not enjoying. Oh, man. Took you 12 hours. My friend said to just level up. And I said, I won't till you beat him. Exactly. Exactly. Keep going until you beat him. So this is why rewards are good rewards are mandatory for a raid to be relevant. One must get good. Exactly. Accessibility, new player, those words should not be in the same sentence as raids because it's end game content. Yeah. But, okay. I get where he's coming from. The raid mechanics, actually good, interesting. I would do it. The rewards, dog shit. It has to be rare. Has to be very enticing for people to actually do the raids. Anyway, interesting video. You can guys go check it out. I mean, we watched 44 minutes of that goddamn video. Holy shit. That's insane. Damn, it's crazy. Whoa, that was something. That was something, man. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? After watching it with me, or for those who actually were paying attention, what did you guys think? Could be fun, fun hack mechanic puzzles, aim checks, health checks, no health orbs, make it mandatory, include healing frames. I mean, that could be nice. Yeah, having a healing frame that could bring out Trinity, Oberon, or freaking Wisp out of this. Like, hey, are we relevant again? Yes, you are. Come in here. Look at you, Trinity. Who's a good girl? Aw, shucks. Now press 4. Do you want me to do anything else? Press 4. You heard me, right? That's your only job, your only purpose. You're here to press 4. We run out of energy. What do? Press 2. That's right, you press 2. But your primary objective is pressing 4. Nothing else. Do it right now. Is this like being a well and div bitch in Destiny? That's exactly it. You're goddamn right. Now do it. That's it. Stick to your goddamn role, Trinity. Bring back the CC role, make it relevant. Yeah, tell that to Overguard, though. Oh, there needs to be a thing where you can debuff enemies so they don't have Overguard. That'll be interesting in a raid. I would love a reason to learn more Warframe's mechanics. EDA is a waste of time. That is true. I mean, like, the thing is, when something is forced, like, you have to use this frame, right, to get this reward, then I don't want to do it. Right? But then it's like, oh, isn't that the same thing as meta? No. You're using this frame for the sake of your team. It's a different mindset. No, it's the same thing. No. Press 4, bitch. But do your job. Do your job. Could they incorporate Warframe exclusive interactions puzzles that would be skill checks for the players of that frame? That could be a thing, true, yeah, but then they'll have to design those specific things for every single Warframe. However, they should be, you know what they should have? Unique or little Easter eggs if they use the OG starter frames for the raid. If someone brings Mag, Excalibur, and Volt, the boss or whatever the fucking hive mind corpus overload that took over this place would have a specific unique dialogue and a specific unique encounter when those 3 frames are in the same party. That would be really cool, right? If they just used Overguard smart, it can make CC useful. CC the trash, Overguard on the green, blues, red mods. Yeah, that could be interesting. But yeah, that was an interesting video. I would do that raid. We end it where it began. See? Saryn fashion, Kobayashi. Look at that. Chroma stance. Oh, she's packing. Look at that. It's a decent ephemera. Is it an ephemera or a Syandana? No, it's a Syandana because he's running the trio orbit. Yeah, he's running trio orbit. He likes that. He likes the animation. That's clean, clean. D should honestly just release a gimmick frame with a gimmick game mode. I mean, we do have gimmick frames. You know? What's her face? Yareli. Kome. I mean, you also have a Folly, but Folly is useful, more useful than those other two I mentioned. Mesa. What's this? Oh, she got the aura. Oh yeah, this is the one from the Resurgence shop, right? On Saryn? Depends. You can run electric or cold. Exclamation Saryn, the most recent Saryn video I did. Very sparkly. I kind of like it, except I don't know about the shoulders here. Maybe different shoulders.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Yeah, the most recent tank Saryn, you can check that out. Yeah, that kind of works. All right, Nidus. Ew, what was that? Okay. That was the mutation stack. Interesting, but also you kind of lost me with that with that Sayandana. You know? Wait, is it... Go buy this now. It's on sale. No, thank you. I'm good. I want to see cake. That's weirdly funny. I mean, we've had a very strange yet unique Zaku fashion. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. What is this? Mesa. Damn. Edgy Mesa. That's crazy. Not a fan of the swords. Probably a different Sayandana. Could go hard. Oh yeah, I saw some people asking about the Mesa fashion that I had recently. This is the sentient Mesa with the Araxia stance. I think that goes hard. I like it. I like it myself. And it all started from a green fashion. Imagine. Not a fan of the orange though, but I do like the the camouflage color. Diablo Mesa, kinda. We got here. Oh, Hildren. What's this Hildren? Oh, it's a build. What we got here? You're running El Moltocito. Okay. Wait, Molt without Sculptor? Avenger for more crits. To be honest, you can drop this and run the what's that? Enervate. Yeah, exactly. No PSF. You don't necessarily need PSF on this. If you can be airborne indefinitely, then you'll never need it. All right, what we got? Expertise. What is this? You just got the mod and you're pumping it? The shielding, I don't even see the shield increase. What? What's happening? Here, it's showing the shield increase. Or barely, rather. Also, I don't get the reason for Archon continuity. Where you're getting Toxin. Nova build? Exclamation Nova. Oh, I like this. Oh, the helmet is weird though. it doesn't look. It looks out of place. Oh, I like the colors. Not a fan of the little spiky thing. I guess he's trying to do thorns. Probably change the helmet. Will be better. Yeah. Cute Korra. That was cute. Let's see, Saryn. Got the ion. What? Just use the full skin. It's better. Ah, yes. His favorite ephemera. Demon Demonessa. Demomesa, right? Demomesa? All right, I'm gonna close all of these. What happened to Pierre? We did that one mission and then he bounced. What happened? Oh, it's hilarious. All right, what are we building this week? I finally finished the tank Saryn. Oh yeah. I still need to try out that new arcane. The AoE arcane, right? Good Frost build. Subscribe to the YouTube. Go check it out. Primary compression. That's right. Zephyr. Unfortunately, Zephyr is not in a good state right now. Yeah, compression. Exceltra with the arcane. I don't even. How many pieces of the arcane do I have? Let me check. Two. What? Wait, how much is this arcane? Was selling more than Sculptor on the market?
Sorry to be quiet today, Corazon. The spiders are at it again.
130 plat? Oh, man. I have to spend money? Okay, let's read what this does. On aim. This song goes so fucking hard. Okay. On aim, 0.2 times explosion radius. Okay, plus 100% damage and ammo efficiency for every 1 meter radius loss. This 100% damage sounds like it's going to be multiplicative like galvanize. Is it? It's some okay, it is. It is. Man, the damage increases for certain weapons. All right, let's read the wiki. Time to go to the wiki. Hell yeah, brother. Warframe wiki. All right, we have it open. Primary compression. Let's F11 this. Okay, here we go. Despite the description, per meter loss, the bonus smoothly scales between the whole number radius values, assuming fully ranked arcane. A loss of 6.5 meters radius gives... Damn! 35% ammo efficiency. Damn, that's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. Now, here we go. Compression's effectiveness shows how much bigger or smaller radius compression considered how much it should be considering. 100% means intended radius damage calculation. 100% means better than expected. 100% means worse than expected. Okay. Got it.
Damn. Yeah.
On weapons with multiple firing modes, they have AoEs attached to them. Compression has determined which radius to use on aiming. Okay, uses the ADS state when fired, not when AoE occurs. Ooh. Oh, that's interesting. So you just have to be ADSing when you switch to the modes. Got it. So for Exceltra... Wait, so we can get a 460% final multi? Dude. But that's only that's single target. So this will be probably good for, let's say, disruption or cascade. This could be really nice. Wait. Ambassador? Oh, the alternate fire. You can snapshot it. Woo! That's crazy. So this is all with Firestorm. What is this? Artemis bow with concentrated arrow. Archons cannot equip the mod. Okay, so check the notes too. Loses no AoE radius, but gains the expected dip. Oh? Wait, Artemis Bow responds properly to change in radius from range mods. Oh. So you can scale even more with range mods. Damn. Okay. Boys. Does anyone have the arcane so I can test it out without spending plat? Oh my god. Vara time? It's either railjack or buy. I mean, or you know, or I can borrow it for a brief moment. I don't want to do railjack. I don't. How does one figure it out? I mean, you put the mod, shoot the weapon, right? If it's an expected damage number, that means it's additive. If it suddenly multiplies, then ooh. If the damage is higher than normal, then it's multiplicative. Simple. It's best done on like unmodded, and then suddenly you put a Serration. You can test it like that. Is it like Serration or Bane? No. So with some weapons it works like Serration. With other weapons it works like Eclipse. Yeah. Our building coming? We'll find out. Yeah, does anybody have it? I can yoink it. Try it out for a bit. Where is it? Hunhao. Wait, how much do I need? Yeah, that ain't happening. How much is one? Yeah, that ain't happening, boys. I'm not buying that. Yeah, that ain't happening. Just kill Vina 15 times? No, that ain't happening. All right. Looks like we have to spend some money. I am not doing railjack for this. Fuck that content. Oof. Let's see. Market compression. Maxed 150 plant. Damn. You have it? Hey, yo, Daco. Okay, let's borrow it from Daco. I wish there was an easier way to figure this out. It should be on the wiki. Somebody help him out. He needs something. I wonder where we found out that information. I wonder where we found that information out. Okay. Dak, are you online? Or are you coming on online? Let's see. Do we try to Navara and Exceltra? Actually, where is my Ivara?
You don't understand what you are reading. Then what's the point?
You're online? All right. Oh, there's Ivara. Damn, I haven't touched Artemis. Let's see, wheelchair lady. Oh, we got Danko. Okay, here we go. Oh, I need to remove evade. Last use Ivara with Shakur. Dude, yes, I remember that. It said weapon damage. My guy, the arcane is called primary. Where else would you put it? Are you actively are you trolling, or are you just like you don't want to use your brain? Okay, let's trade him with all of these. Yes, let's go. Best trade ever. Hey, I expect those accelerated deflection back, Daco. All right, all right. I gave you all of them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's try this out. First, let's remove evade or evade. We're gonna go completely nakad.
Oh my god!
All right, and then we're gonna try on and off. But you have to remember. Does it affect the question? Does it affect the kabloomy though? Because Yeah. Because concentrated arrow just needs to be it removes the multi-shot. Okay, we'll just test it with 144. She has no shards. Okay, we'll do this. Okay. I'm trying to look at the numbers. Okay. Let me remove my companion. Still better? I'm gonna will test it out right now. No, you asked if it's weapon damage. Yes, of course it's weapon damage. And all of those things that you just typed right now are all weapon damage. Ability damage and weapon damage are distinct things. So I'm just testing. Here. Let's see the numbers. Our highest number right there was... This is fully charged shot. Okay, so not fully charged shot. All right. And compression. We have range here. Let's see how much it affects. $300K to 3 million, dude. Damn.
Oh, that's a lot of damage!
That's crazy. And let's put Firestorm here. That was a quick shot, by the way. Let's do another quick shot. Wait. Why did the damage go down? I thought the more it reduces... Okay, that's 4 million. Responds properly to changes in radius from range mods on Navara. Max damage bonus with Prime Firestorm. I should be getting more. But I got less. Huh. ¿Por qué? I mean, okay. Maybe, wait. Maybe because I removed the Bane. All right, let's do that. Let's remove this. Let's put the faction damage back. Yeah. Oh, you're right. Yeah. I should have tested without the faction mod. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. Guys, I'm retarded. It's fine. Final damage multiplier. It's not supposed to be. That's the thing. Oh, I'm not invisible. There we go. So we have 3 different multipliers here. We have headshot damage multiplier with, of course, Prowl being invisible. And while we're invisible, we're also getting Spectral Serration. And now this one. And also a quitty, right? We get more if we hit the heads. Okay, this is funny in itself. Okay, but let's try it with Exceltra. You can steal your Warframe? Yeah, I know. But I want to know my Warframe is invisible. Okay, we have Firestorm. Fully charged shot? Oh. I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have tested it. Alright, fully buffed. This is so stupid. Dude, they're not even surviving. They're not even surviving. They're not even surviving, dude. They're not even surviving. This is... We're dealing overkill damage. That's hilarious.
You can't keep getting away with it!
That's hilarious. Actually, let's try that fully charged shot so we don't... So to get people to see the big boy damage. 7.8 million red crit. It's fluctuating. 13 million. Big damage. All right, that's the fully charged shot. Quick charge is 4 million. 6.5 million. 6.5 million. With Brahma. Brahma. Oh, yeah, Brahma can use it. Let's use it on Clyde and bring out the Brahma. Leveling, Acolyte. Still on this one. Compression. Okay, we're going to remove the faction damage. Okay, we're going to put base damage. That's fine. The build is fine. Okay.
You can't keep getting away with it!
Wait, there's still AoE. I mean, wait, this actually kills pretty well. What is this? Wait. Does it work on this? Let me double check. Let me double check. Okay. So now we don't have any base damage. I should replace Tainted Mag. Okay, I'll replace Tainted Mag for base damage. Wait. It's like it's the same thing.
Explosions!
It's because of the bomblets, dude. The bomblets just deal damage. I am aiming. I am aiming. See, look on the top right. See, 806 right here. See this? Aim. I am aiming. Oh, wait, when I jump, it goes ADS. It goes off of ADS. Wait, that's kind of stupid. You see that? Okay, it's not that great then. Because if we jump, we lose the buff. That's kind of dumb, right? Why electric ammo? Because of the AoE and the damage. Merce. And it's instantaneous. For tankier targets? I mean, okay, let's compare without... Okay, no, the clear is better. That's Steel Path, right? Yeah, that's a one-shot. No, the clear is way better. Okay, we can see the difference. Blast ammo is actually less damage. Not worth it. Wait, so the clear is way better. Lens, try with lens. Yeah. Guys, blast is not as good as you think it is. Let's see. It's decent, but it's not as good. Compression. Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm just gonna keep the build as is, right? Okay, let's try without. See the damage. I was using this with Nourish, all right? Okay, that's without. The AoE is still the same. But the damage is still dog shit. The visual AoE is... Yeah. Okay, what's another AoE weapon we can try with this? That could be decent. What's this? Dealing millions of bleeds? Alright, we'll check that out in a bit. Corinth. Actually, wait, does Cedo count? Shotgun cannot equip the... Oh, yo! 10 bomb. Thank you so much, Jiki. Thank you, man. Guys, if you got gifted, please be sure to thank your gifter. Yo. Well, yeah, Corinth ain't working. Someone said, what was that? The Sporothrix? That's for Firestorm? Oh, that was for Firestorm? Oh. Guys, I'm retard. Never mind. I was looking at the wrong stat line.
You don't understand what you are reading. Then what's the point?
You're right. Then what's the point? You're right. Let's see the Grand Overture. Kuchakur? Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Okay, let's see. What the fuck is this build? I don't know what this build is. This was gas. Okay, let's put compression. It's getting like a final multiplier? Yes. I just said it's like Eclipse. What's up? So with gas and electric, we can get some funnies, you know? But the damage is not that great there. Do I even have base damage on this? That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I have no base damage. Wait. Let's use it on Chroma. Wait, does the projectile of this thing scale multiplicatively with Chroma? Ooh. All right, let me quickly... Let me just quickly get my buff. All right, that's more than enough. Max. Oh. That's a lot of damage. Wait. With the oh bro, we're grouping them. Wait, and they're dying to gas electric. Yo, actually kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny. That's hilarious. Please change the energy color. You don't like being blinded?
I can't see!
How dare you not like getting blinded? Make it white. Wait, let's try this. Let's try this in Steel Path. Let's go to the Kuva Fortress, because I could see this working here.
Another one.
Ah! Harvesting Kuva nearby. Set off the alarms to draw them out, then steal their Kuva catalysts.
Who remembers this fucking NCS days?
As expected, Grenier have shut down.
You already wasn't using it much. I can keep it. Hey, yo, streamer privilege. Are people gonna hate me like Mactix?
You can't keep getting away with it!
I got free stuff. Are you sure though? Wait, this is actually low-key kind of good. But thank you. If it's fine. No worries. Hey, yo. Guys. This is kind of funny. But the thing is, I'm running out of the ammo so quickly. Wait, is this Steel Path? It's killing really well without crits. Damn. What if we put Avenger now? Sometimes you ask yourself, yeah, exactly. Enemies can be very squishy, and I'm surprised people are like, "How are you killing enemies so fast? How are you surviving?" I mean, they're dying from gas, electric, and viral. Look at that. Tick, tick, tick away. They're dying. Because the weapon lost AoE, it also but it has AoE through its status effects. Avenger of Hotshot. Absolute crit chance. Relative crit chance. Hello? My ammo is not reloading. Here. Look at Hotshot. How much crit chance does it give you? And then look at Avenger. How much crit chance does it give you? That should be a very telling sign that they give you different types of crit chance multipliers. I released a video on crit scaling recently. Go check that out. Holy reload. Why is it taking ages? Oh. Kill that guy. I mean, this was also the case back in the days when you looked at Bane mods, right? Because it wasn't a multiplier back in the days. It was a percentage base. People were always like wondering, why would I use the 50% damage one while I can use Serration? I mean, you ever thought why the mod was primed to begin with? That should be a telling sign right there. You know? You don't need hotshot for Mesa. Oh yeah, there was that one guy I had a comment with. It's like, oh yeah, I did level cap just to prove you wrong that you can do status Mesa. I'm like, why are you comparing enemies that can live long enough to get affected by status effects to base steel path? Look at this. It's such a dumb argument.
Bruh.
Yeah. Hotshot has such a massive downtime as well. Like if you don't have an influx of enemies, it's gonna be so annoying to upkeep that buff. So you're always gonna be losing crits. All right, let's see. You bitch. She did the Hydroid thing. But we could have one-shot her. Or technically one blow. Bro really wants to see Trumna? Alright, alright. I kind of fell for this build right here. It's just we need to solve the reload issue. Or okay, we can give ourselves easy crits if we played Harrow, but then how we're gonna solve the base damage issue? Ammo recharge rate? Yeah, because Harrow will give you crit and ammo recharge, faster ammo recharge, right? So we need to solve the base damage issue if we play someone like Harrow. But yeah, this is an interesting build. I like it. Oh man. Ooh, Black Magic Woman. Me. Nourish too. Harrow always has Nourish. It's just better than his Thurible. Holy map platforming.
As you conquer the foe, you conquer yourself.
That's soul. What was happening with my Chroma's face there? For a glaive? Just like, what do you... Generic builds? Like, what glaive? Because there's so many glaives. Like, you know, it depends. What? Yoruda's third ability with the augment, auto reload, but it doesn't work with energy weapons. Sorry, when I say energy weapons, like these, I tried it. You literally go zero. You have zero ammo. It does. We tried it. You consume it, then she can no longer reload. Yeah, battery ammo. Yeah. You'll end up having 0 ammo. It completely bugs out where you lose all your ammo. Battery weapons equal energy weapons. You understand what I'm saying? Holster reload, that also takes too much time. So we can simply go to Harrow. And for a glaive, you just basically need base damage. Let me just show you a generic build. All right. Exposure is always going to be good for free elemental damage. Because it force procs bleed, Elementalist is good. Plus, it gives you heavy attack wind-up speed. Volatile quick return, you got to detonate it. Manually detonate it for the big kabloomies. All right? Crit chance, crit damage. Wind-up speed, crit damage. And this will give you melee combo, like initial melee combo. Why melee combo is important? Because it's a final damage multiplier for heavy attacks. You can actually drop this and go with something else if you want, but just having more base damage is also fine. Naramon, you could do that, but what if you don't want to use Naramon, you know? All right, let's open up the Grand Overture. For those who are wondering, why don't you use the other? I don't have it formatted. Get this. Do we need gas? Actually, gas is pretty good. I could drop this because it's Harrow. I can do that. All right. I think this is sorted. Because Ravage, now we have crit damage. 6 times crit damage. Wait. Which Harrow build am I running anyway? Let me double check. All right. Let's give it more. Blast and Zata. Oh, wait. Oh. The whole idea of the build was because of Naughty List. That's right, the Naughty List. This is Radial Suck. Okay, we got Radial Suck. Woo! We almost forgot about that. Would be better. Melee Duplicate is a fucking scam. You're lowering your crit just to get a double hit. Not worth it. Just do more damage and outright kill enemies in a bigger radius. The Basmu one, it has Uhu. That's all that matters.
Set off the alarms to draw them out, then steal their Kuba catalysts. Predictable. As expected, Grenier
Shit, I did that too early. Hit me. All right, 2,000. I mean, the reload speed is still kind of shit, even though we have the juice. They're dying from... Oh, and also have Avenger? Do I have Avenger? I mean, the reload is definitely better. Comment, this is the Avenger? Yeah. So you have even more... So now we have crit sustain as well. If we run out of our 4th ability. Group them up. Easy. Woo. Red crits. Oh. That's not so bad. An alternate fire build. That's not a saryn build. Guys. It's actually usable.
But in terms of damage, it will kill.
It will kill. Wait, these guys are... Oh, they're being pulled into my gas cloud. Wait. It's only... It's briefly snapshotting. Yeah. It's only active for the AoE. I like how it's going on and off every time. Spores and AFK. Huh. Oh, that was kind of satisfying. Okay, the doors are trolling me. I missed. It does require some slight aiming, though. I know that's anti-Warframe. With bass assists? I don't think bass assist is, like, considered AoE, right? Oh, dude, we have to wait. We have to wait for our crit to finish. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just kill him. Stupid shit. Dude, his bubble is blocking all my hits. Look at that. Never mind. He died to the gas procs. You saw how the bubble was just redirecting my shots? What a twat. DE, nerf that guy. He's too strong. DE, please. He's too strong. Please. I can't do my Imba GG build. He blocked me. Oh, dude, the ammo recharge is AIDS, man. Oh. Thanks for being grouped up. How kind of you. Boom. Oh. So, what do you guys think? Yay or nay? This could work pretty funny in like ooh, let's try in disruption. Should we try in disruption? I feel like disruption has become so bad now, making the enemies all squishy. You know, it's it's okay, it's okay. I'm hungry now. Ugh. I think it was because of that video. It used all my brain power. And all that brain power processing consumed a lot of calories, and now I'm feeling hungry. All right, who else do we try it on? Oh yeah, someone. Oh yeah, they wanted to see the. What was that weapon? Trumna. That one guy. Let's bring out the Quicksilver Storm. And Shakur. Right, and Shakur. We'll do both. Relax.
The multitude of creatures you have immortalized would cry out.
I think Jakor will be really nice, right? Bring it some life again. How would the Trumna even function, though? Will slap hard? I feel like it will lose some shit, right? Wait, it's already taking effect. I was using this on Harrow. Arsenal? There's a YouTube short for it. All right, here we go. Why are you trying the arcane on AoE weapons? Chat, who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell him? I'll hover over the arcane.
You don't understand what you are reading. Then what's the point?
There you go. There you go. You got it? You got it? Cool. All right. Not a fan of this one. Let's bring out the Shakur. Harukan lens? The what? Exactly. You forget that weapon exists. Save tonight. Okay. I don't know what element I had on this. I mean... It's not bad. It's around the same. Let's see. Respawn them. With Volt shields? Oh, let's do that. Shahur. Wait. It's the wrong Volt. Alright. Oh wait. Am I getting trolled? Huh? What the fuck? What's happening to my Volt? Why was it switching?
Why? That physically makes no sense.
What the? What was happening? You saw what was happening? Guys. That's just a one tap. Holy one tap. Oh, okay, that was without roar. Let's do roar. Oh, let's put back our shield. Ooh. For the funny Czar alt mode snapshotting. Does it actually? Czar. Let's just see here. No, I didn't snapshot. No, I didn't. No. I was checking on the top right. The damage didn't remain. You know what? Let's look at the list again. Let's see. Burstin and Karnin. Oh, it's not big of a... Ogress. I wouldn't say that was a good one. That'll be a good one. It was like a Sentinel. Read your mods. Please read your mods. Just like that, there was this one guy asking, wait, I don't get why your companion will be attacking. You don't have any attack mods. Read what the mods do. They don't like... What was that? What was that fucking William Dafoe? That fucking thing? Willem Dafoe. Okay. This one right here. Is it loading? Yeah, this one. Duh. read what the mods do, guys. Please read. Oh, what was this? Oh. Anyway, Envoy. Oh, wait. Envoy, you have to aim, though. Oh, yeah. I just remembered the Envoy has the aim gimmick. That's gonna suck. Pro Cernos? Not worth it. Yeah. Okay, let's just see. Let's see.
What the fuck? Ew! Bro! Oh!
Why is it still slow? What? Why is it still so slow? What the... Who designed this weapon? What was that? What was that? What the fuck was that? 640 without aiming, 920 with aiming. Yeah. But the aiming part is the whole point. That's the whole point. You want to aim and... right? Do the damage. That's a big no-no right there. We don't touch that one. Let's go back to the Necrochasm here with compression. Let's do it with Volt. Yeah, I see that. Pretty clean. Favorite gun for this arcane? Is it? I mean, I don't see. I'll still stick to my AoE. That's the whole point. I was using Exceltra because it was just splash damage with Toxic Lash. That's it. Rhino Roar? Like, yeah. Faction damage. Jakor's nice. Jakor was a nice touch, yeah. This arcane, I would say it's a niche one for sure. Yeah. Very niche one for sure. You know? But it's interesting in itself. Anyway, boys, I'm gonna go eat. I'm hungry. We've been here for a while, bro. It's crazy. But
I'm the captain now.
I appreciate y'all for hanging out. Daco, thank you for the arcane. Right, saved me 150 plat. Oh, now we have faction damage arcane. To be honest, what was being suggested earlier with a universal faction damage mod, that would be really nice. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you can't afford it, bro. Asking a brown guy to spend money, I'll be like, brother, I'll get back to you. You know what I'm saying? It's my wallet, you see. If it's for, you know, if I'm treating you out, it's different, right? It's different. I got you. Yo, Daco, I need sculptor. Dusty wallet. See, I only carry card and this place does cash. But the ATM of us are there. See, that ATM is incompatible with my card, so, you know, it's gonna, you know. Oh, man. All right, boys. Thank you so much. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace out. I'll probably release like the reaction video of the raid thing as a video. Yeah, free content, I guess. Appreciate it. Bye. Have a good one. Take care.